Day 2, Data Tamasha Africa 2026. Good morning, good morning, good morning. To everybody who is in the back of the room, I would like to encourage you to move forward. We have the back seats, actually we have the 7 rows from the back reserved. We just don't have the stickers saying reserved, but we do have 7 seats from the back. Those are reserved, so I would encourage you to move forward, please, so it's not a disturbance for you later. But once again, karibuni sana. Welcome, Data Tamasha Africa Day 2. Yesterday was an exciting day, great conversations, great deliberations, and of course, the minister in the morning was definitely cherry on top. But as we begin today, we are going to begin with 1, reflections, but 2, we're going to begin by coming into the feel or into the crux of today. Yesterday, we had a lot of conversations. Yesterday, we had a lot of learning. Today, we're going to do that, but we're going to move or dive deeper into engagements. We're going to engage. We're going to network. To the introverts in the room, you're going to say hello to more than just one person you don't know. It's going to be a few more people, you know. That is the feel of day 2. We're going to dive deeper. So without saying anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to, of course, I understand that who has not gotten a yellow sticky note? Some people tell me that that sticky note is green. It is yellow. We all have. You think it's, you don't, there's somebody missing here. Anybody else? Oh, right there, no sticky note? All right, she's bringing it to you. She's bringing it to you. So with those sticky notes, you're going to do a few things. Just grab onto it, hold on to it. I'm going to ask you to use that sticky note to do something. But really quickly, to everybody who's joining us online, welcome to Data Tamasha Africa 2026. We are live here at Verde Hotel in Zanzibar, Tanzania. This is a gathering of over 33 countries coming together to talk about how do we build better with data. And my name is Khalil Mbowe. It is with great pleasure that I take us through the agenda. So as much as you're joining online, I encourage you to engage in the conversation. To everybody in the room, let's let people know in our countries, in our companies, in our areas of influence that Data Tamasha Africa 2026 is beginning now. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to stand up. You're like, again. This is very simple. So media, just give me, nyuma kidogo. So what I need you, as you're standing up, the sticky note you have in your hands, grab a pen. I am going to ask you to answer this question. Very simple. It's 1 line. The sticky notes you have on your hand, just grab a pen, right? So what you're writing, right? So the first part is, if Africa is serious about building with data on its own terms, just write that sentence. If Africa is serious about building with data on its own terms, now I do not know how to say that in French. Does anybody need a translation device? We're all good? All right. If Africa is serious about building with data on its own terms, we must stop, dash. In that dash is where you feel your response. We must stop, dash, and start, dash. In those dashes is where you fill in your response. If Africa is serious about building with data on its own terms, we must, dash. That dash is your response. And start, dash. that dash is also your response. This is what you think. And then, all right, are we done? Okay, so then at the very bottom, I'm going to ask you to put your name. All right, done? Done? Okay, now I need you to find somebody in the room to give your sticky note to. The person, one rule, the person cannot be sitting on your left or right, immediate front and back. All right, very simple. Find somebody. So now you're going back, you're like, no, I did not write a serious answer. Let's just make it a little bit. Very simple. If Africa is serious about building with data on its own terms, we must stop, dash, and start, dash. Those are your answers. Then write your name at the bottom. Find somebody in the room to give your sticky notes to. The only rule is the person cannot be sitting in your immediate front, back, left, or right. Let's move. Let's move and then come back to our seats. We're going to have a recap of day one. Let's move. Find somebody. Find somebody. Because the moment I gave that you are going to be sharing it with somebody, people have gone back. It's like, hey, let me write this again. Surely, I did not think this through. Nice. Give it to somebody and then leave it with them. You will, and then remember, please remember who you're giving it to. It is very important. Remember who you're giving it to. Are we done? Let's move, let's move, let's move. Come on, come on, come on. Some of you are like, hey, I'm not giving this out. I shall remain with this, surely. All right. Find somebody to give your sticky note to. Find somebody to give your sticky note to. All right, all right. And then also just to remind you, we're going to be having speed dating happening from 10 to 11:30. So if you have not signed up for that, find somebody to give your sticky note to. Let's move, let's move, let's move. So now you're sharing answers. Why? Africans. You don't want stress me now. You do not share answers. Now you're picking and then you're writing. I am seeing you from here. Why? I've remembered my continent. I hail you. So you wanted the terms and conditions. Don't cheat. I'm expecting people have integrity. All right, let's come back to our seats. Let's come back to our seats. Let's get 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 back to our seats, ladies and gentlemen. faster. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, a round of applause to Miss Farhana Alarakia from Aga Khan University Chief Data Innovation Officer. Karibu sana, a hand of applause to take us through recaps of day one. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. I know we had a late night. Let's try that again. Good morning. Good morning. Much better, much better. Karibuni sana to day 2 of Data Tamasha. As mentioned, my name is Farhana Alarakia, and I'm the Chief Data Innovation Officer at the Aga Khan University. We actually had the pleasure of hosting Data Fest Africa at our campus in Nairobi as the pre-event to Data Tamasha. Thank you. And as I listened to the conversations here on day 1, I was actually struck because it's not about just making a decision. It's also about whose decision, for who it benefits, and on whose terms. We also had quite a bit of conversation around our history. Africa has a history of exporting raw material and importing finished goods. And more often than not for our benefit. We have many, many examples of that. And so there was a lot of conversation that in this data economy, data is that raw material. And do we now risk of making the same mistake we made during the industrial age? And we all agreed, I think vehemently, participation matters. We all nodded, right? Participation matters. And there is a lot of effort underway to build all of that digital infrastructure. We heard about that from many, many organizations, both in terms of that digital infrastructure, that public infrastructure, etc. I encourage us today to discuss, is participation enough? Where in the value chain do we participate? Where in the value chain do we participate? Or do we risk repeating the same mistake that we did in the industrial age, but this time we're exporting data, but we're importing intelligence? Then there was one phrase that honestly I could not stop thinking about, and that was from Mahadia, when she said and framed, we are just borrowing this data. Think about what that framing does. If you are borrowing something, do you not have to return it? You're borrowing it. Do you not have to return it? And does it need to have value? And it's definitely not a 90-page PDF report that you're returning. It has to have value. And the way that I think we can frame it is data has to make that return journey, and it needs to be of value. And when I had to sort of converse with someone and meet, because Kalila said we had to do this, I met with Mary. And Mary is part of that project, Kilimo na Data. And I think that's an excellent example of borrowing data. The last mile, the last step, wasn't just, hey, we have access to weather data. It is about translating that data into value so Mary could make a decision on what she should plant. Is it this crop or that crop? There needs to be a return journey for that data. I think a very key concept that we discussed in terms of making sure that data has value. And then right before lunch, Nanjala challenged us to go even deeper. In Nairobi, at the pre-event, we used a phrase, context is the design. Because more often than not, in Africa, in our countries, our context is like edge cases. But are they really edge cases, or are they key design inputs? Because more often than not, you can have a solution that is technically brilliant, but if it does not fit into the reality that we live in, it's actually useless, right? And when we copy and paste from high-income countries, usually that does not fit into our context. But yesterday, I think Nanjala pushed this concept even further, because she asked the question, whose context defines the design? And fundamentally, who gets to define the theory behind that design? We live in a world of generative AI is everywhere. But if the foundational language, and let me make sure I say this correct, of AI is not the language we speak in, then is it really inclusive? Are we really part of that conversation? If the technology we build consumes enormous amounts of water, was it really designed for the realities in which we live, where a woman might have to walk 35 kilometers to get some water just for sustenance or for farming? These are not side questions. These are design questions. They are power questions. So from Nairobi to Zanzibar, we've been asking the same question. What does it take to build with data? And yesterday, I would suggest we push this question even further. Who gets to build? Whose reality gets designed? And does the value make it back? So as we begin day 2, let's push the conversation even further. From data to decisions, from participation to power, and from extracting value to returning it. So karibuni sana to day 2 of Data Tamasha.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farhana. Let's push deeper, and of course, rightly so. Congratulations to everybody here for engaging in that conversation and daring to push deeper. Give your neighbor a round of applause. Mambe, tell them, you are a change maker. Tell them, but don't just tell them. Tell them in your accent, because context matters. Tell them you are a change maker. I'm waiting to hear the accent. Don't sound like me. If you're a chaga, you're a change maker. Wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we're going to start directly into what we're calling lightning talks. We have 5 excellent speakers who will be sharing across a vast array of topics. Each speaker has 10 minutes for their delivery. In those 10 minutes, they will deliver a lightning talk. And within this lightning talks, I am going to ask us to engage as much as possible. Why? Because I am going to come up with something that connects with what you engaged with from the lightning talks. So let's pay attention. Let's connect, let's converse, and in every single way, let's give them our utmost attention. The speakers, like I said, are going to speak for 10 minutes. If you are doing a lightning talk and have a presentation that you are yet to share with the media team, please make sure you get it to this gentleman with a cap right here, hidden behind his laptop. But there's a gentleman with a cap right here. Please make sure you get it to them. You have 10 minutes. So the moment you are on stage and you start speaking, I will begin counting down. When you get to 5 minutes, I will sit right in front of the stage. I will show you 5. When you get to 2 minutes, I have gotten a beautiful little bell that I will ring, ding, ding. That will signal 2 minutes. After that, when you get to 0, I will stand up. Protection Regulatory Compliance Clinic happening right outside at the exhibition area. So happening right outside at the exhibition area. So the exhibition area, if you have questions around data protection, privacy, that is happening outside, and it's been run by PDPO, that is the Personal Data Protection Office from Uganda, and Miss Edna Kasozi is right there. So should you have any questions around that, that will be covered outside. The clinic is going to be ongoing as we are also in this space. I encourage you to take advantage of that space. That clinic will be able to help. If you are a practitioner, if you have any questions, there's a lot of wealth of tools, knowledge, and skills out there, so make sure that you engage. Okay, now to our first lightning talk of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Lumumba in 90 minutes. From viral moments to digital memory. I am excited about this one. And ladies and gentlemen, to take us through this lightning talk, research lead Triets, Mabel Amuron. Do you feel encouraged by that applause? Please, surely. Lumumba in 90 minutes. Karibu sana, Mabel.
Thank you. Waiting for my... Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. And thank you for being here. I'm not very good at public speaking, so please be very kind to me. So first of all, I want to start with a story about how a football match became one of the largest online conversations about colonial history, and that is what we observed this year. So in December of 2025, when... Yes. Where do I press? Next slide, please. Yes. So in December of 2025, a Congolese supporter named Michelle Kuka Mbolaninga, I'm definitely butchering the name. So he began attracting attention during the African Cup of Nations. So he would stand completely still for 90 minutes with his hand raised in a pose that was associated with the Patrice Lumumba, who was the first prime minister of the independent Congo. So Lumumba is a man that is known to us, at least in Africa. His name is known to us. Perhaps his story may be not known to us, most of us, but his name has been known. We have Lumumba, someone was telling me we have a Lumumba school within Zanzibar. There's a Lumumba Avenue in Uganda and so many other streets that are named him. So people started calling him Mbolaninga Lumumba Via, which means Lumumba lives. And then on January 6th, Algeria knocked DRC out of the tournament on the 118th minute. And after scoring, the Algerian striker Mohamed Amoura appeared to imitate the pose and then, fall back. And then after that, so many social media exploded. And what happened was it exploded from what was like the football conversation, and then it moved towards who Patrice Lumumba was, colonialism, independence, Algeria, Congo, and also African political memory. And so as threats, we asked who was running this? What does this mean? And because, for example, if you work on disinformation and influence operations, a viral anti-colonial geopolitical conversation like this immediately raises questions, right? So we investigated. We built a data set of about 10,000 posts from X, and we looked at how old the account was. We looked at the account age. We looked at duplicate content structuring. We looked at a lot of that data, And we found that there was no evidence of a foreign influence operation. It was simply organic. And so our next question was, okay, so what happened? What did the campaign generate? And so we found that the campaign generated about 48.5 million views with no one at the wheel. And the biggest amplifiers were actually not even suspicious accounts, because again, when you look at influence operations, you're looking at operations about, how old is the account? Maybe it's less than 90 days old, and all of that. And so the biggest amplifiers were not even suspicious accounts. They were mainstream sports media outlets, as like ESPN or CAF or RMC Sport. And so there was no major coordination signal that came back negative. So this is where we came to this conclusion. Football created the opportunity for these colonial history conversations to happen. So we realized that. So, next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So another part of the conversation that was happening was because of was what Algeria did. The Algerian striker Mohamed Amoura did that, and yet Patrice Lumumba was one of the people that said. That spoke out against the fight for Algeria and the fight between Algeria and France, saying that Algeria needs to be independent. And so there was also, underneath all these conversations, we found that there was a soft power contest. Algeria basically cites detaining Tshombe, who was the force behind Lumumba's death. In 1967, and it also has streets named for Lumumba in Algiers. Morocco itself, which it was leaning on hosting the CAF's official recognition as well as having Avenue Patrice Lumumba on Rabat, and basically it was just a conversation about who owns Lumumba, basically, or who benefited most from Lumumba. So it wasn't evenly distributed, as you can see. 7 of the tweets was from one account called Zoom Africa, and it was retweeted about 36,000 times. And there was about 24.8% retweet in the entire 10,000 post database. And so this was just a small look at how, one of the third most influential participants was AI, which was Grok, which was created to answer questions. It did what it was supposed to do. And when we look at it came up when it was a number 3 by PageRank influence. We also had about 15,000 views that was for a meme coin called Lumumba, because again, they are opportunists when it comes to data sets like this. And 15% of our data was not about this Lumumba at all. Some of it was about a German language political cluster around Klein Lumumba, and 50 tweets were about Anne Lumumba, who is a different person entirely. Yes. Last thing. So this is what we can see. Like Patrice Lumumba said in 1960, Africa will write its own history, and it will become and it will be a history of glory and dignity. And next page, please. If you want to read the full report, this is the QR code. If you have any questions, that's the last slide. Yes. That is my email address. If you want to send me an email and we connect more on what data can build, please let me know. Yes.
Congratulations, Mabel. So, in honor of this moment, can we all just do the Lumumba pose? Yes. Cameras, tafadhali. No, yani inabidi muipige kutoka hapa. Wadau, viongozi, team, you have to take it from here. The only way you get it is if you take it from here. Tafadhali, camera please, right here. Simama hapa unapiga kwa hivi. All right? Do you think it's okay if we stand? Let's do that. All right, Data Tamasha Africa 2026. This is a tribute. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for obliging that request. Give yourselves a round of applause. 100% Mabel, research lead, right? Thank you very much. From a digital memory to how moments are captured, interpreted, and remembered. We now move to a question of climate data and how information reaches the people who need it the most. Ladies and gentlemen, this lightning talk will be on closing the climate data last mile. That was Mabel's time done. Closing the climate data last mile. So ladies and gentlemen, this specific talk will be given by Extension Officer Pio Raj Otamisemi, Mr. Stefano Mkuyu. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause. Just so you know, this is not that there's a mistake happening. This was part of the plan. Yes, absolutely. This is data.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to correct a little bit, Stefano gave me a chance to speak on his behalf. So my name is Godfrey Justo from Tanzania Data Lab, and I'm also part of the University of Dar es Salaam team. So hello everyone. So I will take you through this lightning talk on closing the climate data last mile. This is part of the intervention from that Kilimo na Data intervention under the Tanzania Data Lab organization funded by Gates Foundation. The intervention is about reaching out to the people who most need data to help them make decisions in the fight for climate change effect. And particularly we focused on women and the youth who are engaging in kilimo or farming, but also agripreneurs working on agricultural products. So the idea behind the project was to see that how climate change information, whether it's weather forecast data or any information that can help project the weather, can help them build resilience around the climate change effect. So the key question is, climate information is available, but does it reach the decision? So I was glad to see also the summary which we got this morning was about the challenge to make data reach the decision. That's where we see value in data. So do we have value in the climate information that is available to our farmers or agripreneurs? And this is Kilimo na Data project. So our thesis about the pathway for data is we have the production side where we see data being produced. Excuse me. Data being produced and the data is produced and processed into information and being disseminated for users to access the data, and hopefully users can use the data and help them make decisions, and then we see the outcome. And in this journey of the data pathway, the outcome could be improved livelihood for our local farmers. It could be more food, security to the nation. So where is the gap now in this chain of Kilimo na Data pathway? Let's go to the next slide and see the gap. In the next slide, we see the problem is not lack of climate data. We have a very good system for data production, weather data and the climate data are being disseminated in various ways, whether through TVs or radios or even in the digital platforms. And we have farmers or an agripreneur down here who want to leverage this data to improve their farming practices or their agripreneur businesses. The question there comes whether they understand this data that we disseminate to them, whether they trust that this data can really change their way of farming in the event of climate change. But do they able to interpret it and use it in a way that it can make a better decision in their farming planning or business in agripreneurs? So the thesis for Data and the Kilimo project is that the problem is with the agripreneur, their capability to be able to harness this available data and transform into informed decision so that they can do better farming or agri-businesses. Next, please. So what did the Kilimo na Data do? So we started with identifying the capacity gap, and the focus was to women and the youth agripreneurs, and we had to decide which sites should we focus our intervention. So we identified the 3 climate risks that in Tanzania, climate change has made its effect. So in Dodoma region, we have the effect of drought. In Manyara region, the effect of flood. And in Pemba, we have seawater intrusion. So having identified all these climate hazards, they have all in common that data from climate data, we can use it to try to fight against these climate hazards. So we had to design an intervention against these hazards by building what we call a last mile intervention, which is a capacity building program, not just in a classroom, but design it in a way that we can empower them to go and use this actual information and change the way they do their farming or agripreneur. So you can see in our design, we have a pipeline of data to building literacy enabled by digital tools and surrounded by mentorship support from extension officers and other sources. So that way we can enable climate-informed decision. So the program designed 7 learning modules, which enable the climate data and the climate literacy building capacity, and then we engage with the hybrid learning that we have classroom teaching, but also we have digital support through LMS, but we have WhatsApp groups built around the different regions for participants to try to exchange experiences and mentored by the extension officers who were part of the groups. And through that process, we were able to see remarkable results where 95, we had a respondent from 95 during inline survey. We had participant satisfaction of 83.4% and the average multiplier effect where the participants were able to share to their fellows who were not part of the training to share their knowledge, and so we had this multiplier effect on as part of the impact of the training. And also we have event-related application information which were reported by participants. For example, increased use of the TMA data, which is the weather forecast data, by participants. Improved farming practices were adjusted, and the input like seed choices were also taken in care by the participants, and the use of organic fertilizers was improving. As you can see, the story of Maria, which was put yesterday, it was based on this study and the intervention. So next, we also made an inclusion by focusing on women and youth, and the percentage of women was higher in this regard. And we have reported knowledge gained by women, men, and the youth, which you can see there was increased knowledge, although youth were higher because they have more flexibility in accessing digital devices than women. And the lessons learned, we realized not just the capacity aspect, but we have also other challenges like low climate literacy, trust, access to digital tools, and financial and resources, and institutional support. All these were culminating as challenges that need to be addressed to improve climate-informed decisions. And therefore, we came up with this model, our conceptual framework, which will inform policy in terms of how Tanzania should reorganize the way we produce data, we build the capacity, and we engage institutions to support the whole ecosystem of ensuring that we empower our farmers to be able to cope with the challenges of climate change. And of course, we were able now to contribute to policy contribution through a policy brief, which was built around the available national policy frameworks led by the 50-year Tanzania vision and the other policies on agricultural systems to try to bring more innovation into agriculture, to make more use of climate information services, and to engage more people and the organization into the ecosystem. So the policy framework that we proposed has contributed to 5 policy shifts, which for further information, you can join us. I think we have a booth outside there. You can ask us questions on which policies might be more impactful to all of us. And so if your takeaway should be the definition of last mile, which you can see here. We want people to understand it, trust, and act on the data. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Another hand of applause, Safadhali. Absolutely. D-Lab is one of the exhibitors that are outside. And of course, at any one point, especially during the breaks, please make sure that you head over to the exhibition booths, where we also have HD Consulting Associates, Ifakara Health Institute, ICITI, that are all showcasing outside. So make sure that you do visit the booth so you can also learn a lot more about the Kilimo na Data project. So after that, what we're going to be doing is we are moving from climate data to a wider use of data governance, analytics, and AI in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, the next AI talk will be on leveraging data governance, analytics, and AI Tanzania, and it will be by Senior Technology Risk Consultant, Data Analytics, KPMG Advisory Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Ms. Angela Mwemesi. tempted to start your timer. To the next speakers, please move forward. Just there's seats here for you so that we do not take time.
Good morning, everyone. How many of you have heard of KPMG with a show of hands? Okay, I am pleased to see that. I am Angela Mwemezi. As Madame introduced me, I am a technology risk consultant from KPMG. Today, you're going to allow me to introduce KPMG a little bit, and I am going to tell you how we help our partners and clients build with data. Before I proceed, I am a graduate from the University of Dar es Salaam, and I am pleased to see Dr. Godfrey Juster. Help me? Okay. So KPMG is a global organization of professional services firm. We do audit, tax, and advisory. We have over 250K staff that provide the advisory, audit, and tax services. Next, please. In Africa, we have offices in 29 countries, but we service all the 54 countries in Africa. Next, please. And in East Africa, we have a presence in 4 offices, but we service 10 countries. The 4 offices are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, but we do service DRC, South Sudan, Burundi, Somalia, Ethiopia, as well as Eritrea. We have over 1,000 professional staff and 45 partners. Our service structure, as I mentioned, is audit, tax, and advisory. We do service industry sectors such as the financial services, energy and natural resources, IGH, and corporates. I am coming from the advisory unit under the consulting department. Next, please. Under consulting, we do service from governance to data, but today I'll be focusing on data and technology. Apart from doing what we do, we have partnered with top global tech players to assist our clients with the significant challenges that they encounter. So our strategic platforms that we have partnered with to assist our clients not only with strategy, but all the way to implementation are as follows: Google Cloud, Microsoft, Oracle, Salesforce, SAP, ServiceNow, Workday. Depending on the needs our clients have, we do partner with these global tech players to deliver what we deliver. Okay, there was another presentation I shared with you. Okay, there was another presentation. Okay, allow me to get into our service offerings as he's looking for my presentation. So in relation to data and how we leverage data to assist our clients, we do have the following service offerings. One is data analytics and insights. What we do with data analytics and insights is the problems we are trying to face is poor decision making, as it was mentioned in the beginning. That we may have data, but to leverage data, we need to make good decisions from data. Another problem we solve is hidden data insights and manual reporting and limited analytics. No, It had more pages. I did send him.
So this is part of the lightning talk. It says, is it possible that they might have unplugged? Let's put in something that would excite them a little bit more. Let's give it a round of applause for putting that in.
All right, as they are projecting the presentation, so with data and analytics, what we offer is data analytics and audit analytics. We do offer dashboards and reporting. One of our partners, Microsoft, if you're familiar with Microsoft Power BI, so we do leverage that to offer end-to-end dashboarding and reporting, but then we also do data modernization and enablement.
So how does KPMG use AI in its own workflow?
Okay, so we at PG, we do have in-house solutions that leverage AI. One is the KPMG Mapper Worlds. It's a generative AI solution. So KPMG Mapper Worlds AI solution has 5 modules, which is a general chatbot, document analyzer, a slide deck generator, a translator that can translate over 150 languages, and a multi-document summarizer. So instead of using generative AI solutions that are available publicly, we do have the Mapper World solution that can be deployed into an organization's cloud, and you use it within your infrastructure without compromising your data. And another solution we do have is the KPMG Metis. This is an intelligent document processing document. It's an AI-powered document intelligence solution that is designed to automate ingestion, extraction, and structuring of data from multiple document formats. So instead of doing this process manually, say invoices or bank statements, this AI-powered intelligent platform helps with the extraction and structuring of data. Is that, no? Okay.
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to, because in the beginning you had taken 5 minutes, so we're going to cap that at 5 minutes. We're going to give you a moment to go and figure out what's happening with the slides. And then we will bring you back, yes? Absolutely. Thank you. Let's give her a hand of applause. And also, Angela, for really pushing and moving forward despite the challenges. That is the spirit of Ubuntu. Hongera sana. Thank you very much. She is building with data. Data is telling her, technical challenge, and she said, we shall move forward. She has made that decision. Thank you so much, Angela. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall move into the next lightning talk, but I would like to insist, if you do have any presentations that you're doing today and you need the tech team to help you project those ones, please make sure that, yes, send the presentations, but make sure that it is the right presentation that has been received on the other end. Different challenges do happen here and there. They are human, but at the same time, let's just make sure that we check back and ensure that it's the correct presentation. All right, after saying that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the next lightning talk. This is how local data can inform technology, policies, and regulations. How local data can inform technology, policies, and regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, from We Robotics, a hand of applause, Miss Elsa Clarish. Karibu sana, the We Robotics slides on the screen, please.
Asante sana. Thank you, everyone. I'm also joined here by my Tanzanian Flying Labs colleague, Leka, and he'll be actually doing the talk primarily. So I'll be introducing him this morning. Habari za asubuhi. Mimi ni Elsa Claret, ninafanya kazi kwa We Robotics. I'm so happy to be here with you today. So really what this is all about is how can we look at local data and how it can inform technology policies and regulations. I work as the regulation and policy development lead at We Robotics, and we found that there was a need to explore the tendency for why drone regulations tend to be globally informed, but are not always locally relevant. And you're going to hear me talk a lot about drones and how that works within our ecosystem of data collection. We find that drone regulations work better when they are informed by local data and the people actually building and using the drone ecosystem. And this really starts filtering into other aspects of data collection. Our approach at We Robotics is about co-creation. And what does that mean? So we want to help develop drone regulations and policies that support local initiatives and economies. We want local and global actors to work together as equals, to innovate safely, and to have a good safety culture, and that are locally owned and relevant, rather than simply copying and pasting from other models and methodologies from somewhere else on a global scale, looking at the International Civil Aviation Authority. To do this, we need to understand the local ecosystem. Who is using the technology? How is it being used? What opportunities exist? And what challenges do people face? That information can help policymakers develop safer and more appropriate regulations, while also considering economic and social relevancy in a just environment, bringing factual data. In 2023, I'm very proud of this, we were able to create a framework for informing local regulations for civil aviation authorities in Namibia. We developed this through We Robotics, Namibia Flying Labs, and together with Deloitte D2I, we were able to have this methodology created to help civil aviation authorities with good regulation and policy development. This is all replicable. So we were able in 2024 to replicate this framework in Kenya with Kenya Flying Labs. Again in 2025 with Togo Flying Labs in Togo. We also did this in French. So this is in English and French and Spanish if you need. And then also we were able to replicate this framework and utilize this system to be able to work in Sierra Leone this year to help develop their national drone policy in Sierra Leone. we're also celebrating 10 years of existence, which is super cool. So I'm so happy that together with this conference, we're also celebrating 10 years. And what's really neat about that is that we're the stewards of the Flying Labs Network. And we're proud to be able to promote a future where people lead and technology follows. Currently, the Flying Labs have a presence in 38 countries, working directly with local civil aviation authorities, governments, academia, and private sector, along with many others. Our work is not only about flying drones. We are in the Flying Labs support local capacity, produce geospatial data, advocate for responsible drone use, and help strengthen technology, ecosystems, and ethical data collection, including DRM. And I'm happy to introduce my colleague Leka, who's going to share more about the Flying Labs Network and on-the-ground realities in a context that supports locals and connects and engages with national governments. Leka, welcome. Karibu.
Asante sana, Elsa. Leka here with, I'm here to represent the Flying Labs Network. Fun fact, I am with Tanzania Flying Labs. This is one of 38 Flying Labs globally. There's, think Brazil, Panama, all the way to India, all the way to the Philippines. We've covered the whole globe. Essentially, these Flying Labs are local knowledge hubs where we use drone data to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in everything from environmental monitoring to precision agriculture to health. Okay, all right. Fun fact, by the way, we were in Tanzania, we were incubated around the same time as D-Lab. We actually started out in the same office 10 years ago, and I'm very, very happy to see the familiar faces that we were with around that time. So, as Elsa was saying, when it comes to drone regulations, for example, in Tanzania, we've had drone regulations since 2018. The question is, when it comes to the regulators, these are the local civil aviation authorities, are they tapping into relevant local data to actually see how these drones are being used? Is it mostly for wedding photography? Is it for mapping? Is it for remote sensing? Is it for drone spraying? We need that local data to inform that policy. We need to understand what value it's adding to the local economies. I would say the other thing is, in the absence of that, right? If we don't understand exactly who the actors are and how they're using this technology, the drone regulations end up being inconsistent. They actually start becoming less relevant. And what we're seeing as well, you will see this in Tanzania, is they are being bypassed. Essentially, people are not adhering to these regulations. So this is what, in a nutshell, that we're trying to promote with this digital framework, is to actually use relevant local data to inform the policy. And with that, I will end there. Thank you very much.
Let's give them another hand of applause. Just also for the extremely efficient use of time. Thank you for giving me back my time. Asante sana. We Robotics. Ladies and gentlemen, and now at this point, we're going to take a turn. We're going to take a turn into AI readiness. We've been talking about AI, but let's dive deeper into AI readiness. And ladies and gentlemen, to take us through a presentation or lightning talk on AI readiness, I'd like to bring to the stage a hand of applause, lecturer at Mzumbe University and D-Lab consultant, Dr. Maria Lauda Goyai. Karibu sana.
A very good morning to you all. Yeah. Wow.
I hope I will also use the time efficiently as the last two speakers who managed to split the 10 minutes. Yeah, but my talk is just very short. I just wanted to ask the entire room, do you think Tanzania is AI ready? Are we ready for it? Data-wise, do we have sufficient data? Is our ecosystem in terms of data, is it really ready to support implementation of AI? Close. Oh, you can hear me now? Oh, great. Apologies for that. So I was just raising just one fundamental question that is really going to peg or tie in all this, that are we ready for AI? Looking at the data, not the systems or other avenues, but looking at the data, especially just in the public sector. So we say that while government has done quite a number of initiatives in terms of setting up regulations, setting up different avenues for which data can be collected, but then this work tried to look at the experience based on the projects around data in the public sector that DLAB has engaged. So we reviewed 7 projects that DLAB worked on from 2019 up to 2025. And we looked at on all these projects, what kind of a snapshot picture are we getting out of the public sector in terms of the data readiness? So we evaluate in terms of the dimensions under data readiness. We looked at the data quality. That's an important aspect. We looked at the issues around metadata and governance. So we evaluate 5 dimensions around data based on those projects in order to look at, is there a disconnect in the public sector? And what we found out is that, yes, in as much as we have quite a lot of data in Tanzania, because we have to begin somewhere, isn't it? Yeah? So we have the data, but then what is the institutional in terms of capability? Is it really supporting the ecosystem in terms of now implementing AI, especially in the public sector? Mm-hmm. So these are some of the findings that we were able to highlight. For instance, in terms of looking at quality, we were able to discover that in as much as we have data, and as much in terms of efforts have been made in order to improve quality, but we uncovered that some of the indicators or some of the data, they were incomplete. Or some of the data that were collected at the local level is not really usable at the local level, because now we're looking at how can we transform data into action? How can we derive value from the low level up to the national level? So some of the indicators in terms of quality, some of them were incomplete, some of the data were inconsistent in terms of updating. Looking at the access in terms of the aggregate data, what we uncover is that most of these data, in as much as it was reported, or it's made available to different, to researchers, to academia, to innovators, some of these data, they reflect only aggregate national data, which in actual fact, it might not be reusable in terms of implementing AI. Some of the findings that we uncover is that some of the systems, they're fragmented. Yeah? I think we can all agree that sometimes you find that you have systems within a public domain which do not communicate with one another. They are not able to share data. But over and above, in as much as there's quite a lot of initiatives in terms of governance, setting up regulations, we have the Personal Data Protection Act now in place. We have quite a number of other regulations in place, for instance, the AI strategy for Zanzibar. I remember yesterday we were informed that it's already drafted and to be tabled in the House of Representatives. So we have quite a number of regulations in place in terms of governance. But we are forgetting one thing. What about the metadata that we need in order to support us, to inform us in terms of the characteristics of even the data that we are going to reuse for AI implementation? So having this reflection, It's just an eye-opener for us all, and I will welcome discussion later on if you see me around, where we can now have a conversation in terms, how then can we improve in order to create an ecosystem that is AI data ready in Tanzania. And with that, I would like to end my talk. Thank you.
You trumped the previous two speakers in effectiveness of time use. Congratulations. I did not even have to wave my hand for the 5-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause, Dr. Maria. AI readiness in the public sector in Tanzania. And as much as she covered Tanzania, I do believe that what she shared is relevant across all our countries. Definitely important things to reflect on. You said, we said that definitely it's great in drafting policies on paper, but practice is a completely different ballgame. And we can talk about this within the scope of the government, but also in our companies, especially within enterprises. We can have great conversations about AI in this space, akiliunde, within this space. But, you know, some of the questions that I normally ask, you know, I normally ask companies like, what's your AI strategy? Do you have a tabled AI strategy? What does it look like? Does your team know what your AI strategy is? Do you know what your AI strategy is? Within your AI strategy, how many times do you have to refresh your AI strategy? Because AI is fast moving. Is your AI strategy reactive or proactive? And there's a question I'm asking everybody in this room. Do you have how many people have an AI strategy in their companies? So some of you like, we kind of have it. It is halfway there. How many of us have an AI strategy? Not for other people, but for your organization. All right. How many of you have AI strategies that are proactive? Nice, nice. You're like, I'm not so sure, but it is sort of there. That is a conversation. I mean, that is a conversation I love having with people. But the long and short of it all, as we have been talking about, is we need to move from having great conversations, cute conversation that sound great on panels, that sound great in rooms, to making sure that we are implementing and on the front line of doing so. Now, Miss Angela's presentation is it's ready. You're ready? Good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we shall move back to KPMG, welcoming back Miss Angela Mwemezi. Let's give her another hand of applause.
So I am back again to finish up, to show you our service portfolio and the tools and solutions we have to help our clients build effectively with data. So apologies for the titles, but our first service is Data Analytics and Insights Services. As I mentioned, the problem we are trying to solve is poor decision making from fragmented data, locked and hidden data insights, and manual reporting. And the services we do offer under Data Analytics and Insights are data analytics and audit analytics, development of executive dashboards and reporting, and we also do data modernization and enablement. And there is a list of clients we have served pertaining to data analytics and insights services. Next, please. In our service portfolio under data, we do have data privacy and protection services. Along East Africa, there are a number of data protection regulations. So we do help our clients with the whole journey of data privacy and protection services. If it is compliance audits, if it is implementation of the requirements of the data protection laws, or if it is development of privacy policies and gap assessments. Say we do have clients that already have an established data privacy and protection framework. We go in to assess gaps and see where we can build up on top of what they already have. And there is a portfolio of our clients. Next, please. Next, we do have data governance services. So with data governance, we are looking at poor data ownership and quality. When we have data and we do not know where this data belongs or who is responsible for certain data, it is hard to govern the data. So we go in and we help our clients with data governance reviews and implementation of data governance frameworks, but then also with inconsistent reporting, we do assist our clients. And there is a portfolio of a few of our clients that we do have and have assisted with data governance services. Next, please. And aside from the services we do offer, we do have solutions and tools. Next, please. One is Caseware Idea. This is a data analytics software that was developed by audit experts, and KPMG is the sole distributor of this software in East Africa. So the software is a data analytics platform that helps accountants, auditors, and finance professionals extract, analyze, and interpret data effectively. So we do assist pertaining to IDEA with the licenses, the trainings. There's also a certification that is related to IDEA. We do assist our clients with preparations for the certification, but then IDEA has the capability with scripting. We do provide that service as well, and continuous auditing and monitoring. Next. We do have Altrix in our portfolio as well, and we are the sole distributor of this as well in East Africa. And with Altrix is a powerful tool. To summarize it, say you have repetitive tasks that you need to do every week or every month. With Altrix, you can build a workflow that collects data from several sources and gives you your desired output. Next, please. And pertaining to AI, we do have these tools, like I mentioned, that we've built in-house. KPMG Maple Worlds, it's a generative AI solution. Next, please. And we do have the KPMG Metis, which is an intelligent document processing solution. Next, please. And I know it was detailed, but to have more information on what I presented, these are the contacts, but I'll be available the whole day, so feel free to chit-chat to see how we can build together with data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela, and also for being such a trooper. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the different services that KPMG is offering to ensure that your AI strategy, your strategy or your process, and that was your time, that your process is supported and as effective as possible in building your company and heading to your goals. I'm going to ask the protocol team, ushers, please help me get the team outside to bring in the chairs. On stage, we do have a panel discussion that's going to be happening now, which I'm extremely excited about. I'm excited about every panel, but which I'm extremely excited about. And so I'm going to ask for the team that was responsible for bringing the 6 chairs on stage. Tafadhali, help me with that. And at the same time, we also are going to be having the speed dating happening outstairs in the Ginger Room. So the panel and the speed dating are going to be happening at the same time. If you did sign up for the speed dating, please, you feel free to head on up. But then if you feel like speed paneling, you can stay here as well. All right? Now, I want to share something even before, as we're waiting for the chairs to come on stage. So in the work that I do, I run an enterprise, group of enterprises called Unleashed Africa Enterprises. And we do development technologies, we do development programming, but across a few different sectors. So we work within the creative economy, we do work with adolescent girls and young women, and then we do social enterprise, capacity strengthening. But within the work that we do with adolescent girls and young women, we wanted to do a research to try to understand what are the different dreams and different goals that young girls have in Tanzania. And we did specifically, our sample area was Dar es Salaam. What are their goals? And what are the things that are, so as I'm speaking, I'm looking to I'm like, well, how come the chairs are not moving? So, tafadhali, to the team in the back, please, the chairs. I've already spoken with somebody on the back. Their chairs back here. Thank you. So, you have to fill the gap. But we wanted to understand what the dreams young girls have, what are the things that are stopping them from actually accomplishing these dreams. There's so much funding that has been put into the space, into the development space, into helping adolescent girls and young women. A lot of funds that have been put into the space in supporting programming initiatives and so on and so forth. And, how come I remember that year that we did the research, we had really high prevalence, teenage HIV/AIDS prevalence, but at the same time, teenage pregnancy was skyrocketing. And we're looking at what are the issues. So anyway, I won't share everything, but I will share some of the interesting things that came out. One, of course, we spoke with teenagers, we spoke with girls in primary school, in secondary school, we spoke with university students, graduates, who had jobs, graduates who are failing to get jobs, graduates who are entrepreneurs. And we also spoke with parents, we spoke with dads, moms, we spoke with teachers. So the first interesting thing that came out was when we went to schools. Sometimes when you do these researches, you have to learn how to keep a poker face, especially when in Swahili, we say, unapigwa na kitu kizito. When you get information that's really shocking. So we went to a school, and this school is not me, my team. This school is one of the quote-unquote international schools in Dar es Salaam. So they went and spoke to the academic master. So he's headmaster, academic master. So they had a conversation with the academic master. And this academic master tells my team, he says, you guys with your agendas. No, he's saying, I'm speaking English. But if I said it in Swahili, the crux, there's some things you cannot transfer to the other language. You understand what I mean. But anyway, so he says, you guys with your agendas. He says, when you call us for these conferences, we will come and nod and tell you what we know you want to hear. We will take our transport allowance and go back. But this whole idea of girls in STEM is quite a very impossible idea. There is no way I'm going to waste my effort encouraging a young girl to study STEM when she's going to get married anyway. So he says, the best thing for this girl is for us to push our efforts towards the young men who are going to be husbands. Because the husband is going to have to pay the school fees, is going to have to take care of the woman, is going to have to take care of the family, and so on and so forth. So this entire thing of you with these conferences calling us and telling us about this equality is like in the society, it's not equal. So we will nod. But of course, they're having a very safe conversation. But I have the consent to share this information because we found this was the predominant thought process of this academic masters in, I think it was 40% of the schools we spoke to. These were not, quote unquote, okay, 2 were government schools, all the rest were international schools. And so, when the rubber meets the road, what is the conversation or the thinking truly on the other side? Right? The other thing that, so 1, 2, 3. The muscles work. So that was really something interesting that came out. And so it was really interesting to see that in these spaces, we can have great conversations, but what are the predominant mental models in our society that we are not addressing? How do we approach this conversation also using human behavioral change programming that's also addressing some of the predominant mental models that might be existing, but people do not share freely in these spaces because sometimes in these spaces we have an echo chamber of thought, an echo chamber of expression. If in this room, one of us has a very differing perspective from what we're sharing, would you feel free to share it? How are we creating spaces where people can share what others, and many times that predominant thought or mental model is the one that's reflective of the system that's holding the regressive layer out there. But we do not necessarily touch on those things. So how do we create spaces that can essentially be able to counteract those predominant thoughts that truly are always alive in such spaces, but somehow, even in our conversations, we might not make room for. So as we're going into the panel, I am going to encourage you to try to make room for differing points of view, especially in our conversations during the health break, during lunch, and so on and so forth. And when somebody has a different point of view from you, don't go like, this is the data. Do not murder them with data. Because they might have a different data set that you have not thought about. Right? So let's make room for, can we agree that we're going to do that? Some of you are like, no way. This is the way, walk ye in it. Can we agree that we're going to do that? Yes? Trying to make room for different points of views in this space. And after saying that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite my panel up to the stage. First and foremost, I'd like to invite back Dr. Mahadia Tunga, ladies and gentlemen, co-founder, executive director, Tanzania Data Lab. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. She is not one of those lecturers that we spoke to that said that. She was not. Ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage, Dr. Maria Lauda Goyai, lecturer, karibu sana. Lecturer, Mzumbe University, D-Lab consultant. Also to the stage, Dr. Zayana Hamid, Member of Parliament, CEO Hodari, karibu sana. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. Also to the stage, Miss Julia Seifert, FSDT, Financial Sector Deepening Trust Tanzania, karibu sana, Julia. Ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage, I'd like to bring up Fatma, a WIDS fellow, karibu sana. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have severe equality on the stage. As much, behind them is several men. Families, parents, we carry. It's 5 women carrying a full ecosystem. So karibuni sana. And of course, I will be moderating this panel and I will sit with them, ladies and gentlemen. The panel this morning is breaking barriers in data science. And hence the first example that I gave in terms of our own experience with, of course, Mahadia, you did speak about our product yesterday, Rise Up. Right? Our own experience with looking for data and what people actually thought and some of the barriers that were existing in societies that essentially, one way or the other, we need to be thinking about or reflecting on as we build. So ladies and gentlemen, our conversation, breaking barriers in data science, we're going to go into actually looking at what's truly blocking girls and women engaging. We have had these conversations over and over today, over and over again, across our different fields of experience. Now we are going to try to go as deep as possible and unpack. And of course, in this room, I know this is a safe space. So we are going to attempt to have a very raw conversation. Is that okay? Is that okay? So give those examples. Shock people. I'm here for the shock value. All right? And then, of course, we're going to have a round of Q&A, so please do prepare to bring those questions through. Dr. Mahadia, I am going to begin with you. I want to locate the conversation within the wider data ecosystem, because when we talk about breaking barriers in data science, we're not only talking about individual ambition, we're talking about systems, as I mentioned initially, training systems, institutional systems, funding systems, policy systems, and professional pathways. So D-Lab, it sits close to many of those conversations. You sit right in the center: capacity building, data use, institutional readiness, innovation, and decision making. When you look at Tanzania's data science ecosystem today, where are the biggest barriers for women and girls? Of course, a lot of work has already been done, but where we are, what are some of the biggest barriers that are still existing? Is it access? Is it confidence? Many times people just say, oh, it is confidence, where women are not confident. Is it confidence? Is it training, opportunity, institutional culture, or something bigger? What is it? Talk to us, karibu sana.
You spoke about confidence. Maybe I'll start with the confidence. So when I look at my students, when you look at students, now I wear my hat as a lecturer at the College of ICT. If you observe student bags, male students will have backpacks. Female students will have handbags. Always male students are walking with the backpacks, with the laptop. Female students always walk with the small handbags. That means they normally don't walk with the laptops. The thing is, it's not about walking with the laptop, but then that means when you go to the discussions, that means you will rely on a male laptop. So all the project works will be under the male laptop. So we oftentimes face, during the project, if something goes wrong with that laptop, the whole discussion, the whole project is gone. So there's that issue of, I don't know, it's mindset, or I think is trying to juggle between being a woman and how is that defined. Because I feel like maybe the backpacks are not, they don't look good. You know, there's this, one day one of my classmates back then entered in a wrong theater room. And what got him that he's into the wrong theater room when he looked around. So he said that when I looked around, I knew that I was not in the right room. There are many women in the lecture, but it's also how women were dressed. He said that when I looked at it, I said, this is not the right lecture room. And he came to tell us, it's a bit, we were a bit offended that how we appear also matters in that context. So I'm not really sure if that trying to juggle between the look and what matters in the context, but I'll tell you, even Dr. Maria will tell you through her experience from Mzumbe University. So that is one of the things. So I think that is a mindset. And and there has to be that mindset shift that you need to take the front seat and not just be in a group. And you might find, so that means if they're in a group, they're not actually the ones that will be programming or will be coding. So, and you will still find to date, we only have 1/3 of female at the college, but out of that 1/3, those who are actually going to be the data scientists or the computer scientists, maybe under that 1/3 is another 1/3. Because of that kind of a mindset. So still they're in the tech space, but there's still a feeling that certain types of courses, they're still male dominated. And yeah, maybe I'll just stop there first.
Yeah. See, because this is by the time they're in college and university. So the example that I gave is, this is secondary school. So this is Form 1 and Form 2, where you already have teachers who are programming these young girls. And what this teacher told us was, even though they do take sciences, we will be sure to let them know that there's probably not going to succeed in that field. So we are going to encourage them to take subjects that they might more so succeed in. So if that programming is already pre-existing, in secondary level, by the time they get to college, there's already a notion that I am here to kind of just do what it does. And then, of course, it's also a trend because somebody might be attracted to the field looking at the potential payout, right? But not necessarily thinking that I could be successful in this field because there's an underlying trigger that's telling them that, oh, this is not for me, because there's communication left, right, and center that's pre-programming and parting their minds to think a certain way. It's because by the time they meet you in our communities, people in this room, a lot of women in this room are anomalies. Yes? Give the ladies in this room a round of applause. Just the gentlemen. Please give the ladies a round of applause. Surely. Asante sana. Absolutely. So I think, and of course, kwa kweli we can be stylish and carry laptops. Nowadays we have stylish handbags that are coming up. We need a lot more. So thank you so much, Dr. Mahadia, for that. Just handbags, something to think about. I want to come to you, Dr. Maria, from the perspective of Mzumbe, because Mahadia, you did reference that she has also seen this. I'm very interested. Universities are one of the earliest places where data scientists, this talent is shaped. They influence who enters the field, not just who enters, but who stays. Because first year and last year, what are we seeing? Who stays? Who begins to see themselves as capable of building in this space? A lot of this influence happens in universities, but of course in high schools as well. But from your experience at Mzumbe, what helps young women see data science as perhaps as a field they can enter, belong to, and also lead? I'd like to ask that, but at the same time, or more so, I'd like to know from you, what are the gaps between data science, how data science is taught, and the skills women need to confidently apply in the real world settings? Karibu-san.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe just to add on what my dear shared, maybe I'll just share my own experience. Growing up, being a computer scientist student at University of Dar es Salaam, then one of my own auntie actually told me that, why are you taking such a field which is going to be putting you behind, in the back offices? You're not going to be seen in the front office. That was back then in 2005. So quite a lot has changed. But I still think that the narrative is still the same in terms of, how are we positioning these young women and girls, especially in, science subjects or STEM, from a very young age. So going back to your question in terms of, how is the curriculum in terms of what are the gaps that are really constraining these young ladies or women, to see themselves and to confidently stand up and, take a position in this space. One of the things through experience is the disconnect somehow in terms of the theory and practice. How are we linking? Yeah. So how are we linking what we teach in class vis-a-vis how can they practice it? In terms of how do we have localized a sort of a context in terms for them to have the practical experience around data science? It goes back to our own local context in terms of the data that we have, the problems that we have. Does the curriculum really goes back down into, looking at what are the pain points in our own communities and, having them to really see the value in terms of solving existing community problems. So that is one aspect that I can say that it kind of like creates the gap in terms of the women experience in growing up in this particular curriculum, or in this space.
Thank you very much. So basically, in terms of the curriculum that we have, is it actually touching the contextual pain points, or is it very much a blanket, generalized curriculum that's basically for all without necessarily understanding or trying? So basically, it's gender blind. We have gender.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm. Kind of, you don't skirt the surface. It is what it is.
Yes,
So how do we make sure that we're building gender responsive, gender transformative curriculums that are looking at what's actually happening within the context and make sure that we're creating for that? Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. I'd like to come to you, Fatma. Karibu. Fatma, ningependa kujua. I'd like to, just the same question, building on what I asked Dr. Mahadia. From your experience, what do you feel would help young women see data science as a field that they can enter, belong to, but also lead? Karibu-san.
Okay. I think with data science, exposure is important because most of the young women, they don't have the exposure to work on a real-world problem. And in the universities, there are some programs that they might include them so that they can be able to see how real-world problems and how they can solve them, as well as universities, they should have innovative hubs, and with that, they should encourage more girls to participate on those university hubs. For instance, I took my master's degree at University of Dar es Salaam. So when you go there, you may find there are some hubs, but in those hubs, women are few. So maybe the university should encourage more the young women to participate in those hubs, as well as mentors in the universities are important. Because with mentors, they can be able to see themselves in those mentors. For instance, I can just provide example of myself. While I was taking my master's degree again at University of Dar es Salaam, my mentor was Dr. Mahadia, and actually she was my supervisor. So while seeing her and how the work she's doing, that encouraged me to work hard so that to achieve the degree that I wanted to secure. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just the importance of mentorship. Jamani, let's give a hand of applause to Dr. Mahadia. Hata utabasamu. Umerushwa jamani. Eh? Thank you so much. And that's the work that I think, that's the hidden high quality work that a lot of women in this space do. That, you know, people are looking, people are saying you might not say anything, you might not see anything. Because many of the women in this room that are doing great work, many times you see your work, I'm just living, you're just existing. But in your justing, what you're doing is pulling up an army of women who might not necessarily say, but they see you. So in the spirit of somebody that I see, Honorable Dr. Zayana Hamid, MP, CEO Hodari, you're touching so many different places, inspiring a lot of people. They might not say it, but in many ways, one way or the other, you are a shining beacon of light. The conversation that we're having, of course, is not only about classrooms and technical training. It's also about leadership. It's about policy, public visibility, and systems that either open doors and many times, unfortunately, close these doors. So again,
I also came around the educational policy and the AI. This is 2025 to 2030, quite timely for the SDGs and how we incorporate data in decision making. And all of these have direct indication of gender inclusiveness and how we can create a gender responsive economy. It's a Samia scholarship that is producing numbers of data scientists. I'm sure the discussion after 5 years will not be the same. So policy-wise, government induction is happening, and I also should take this opportunity to applaud the civil society who have been prior in this game. I believe D-Lab has been here for more than a decade, producing, graduating, innovating, holding hands. Somewhere, this work must join hands between civil society, government, and our upcoming young generation, realizing the instruments that are preparing their future. My examples are going to span from my own journey to where I am today, and what I think, in conclusion, should happen is a cherry on the top to make the ecosystem thriving. I was once an M&E expert. 10 years ago, I was sent to an organization to support their monitoring and evaluation efforts. I came to realize most organizations, even the ones that I was not working with but collaborating with, were not using the data, not knowing the data before even wanting to use it. And I would like to start here before we talk about technology, because I find this also really important. We can set technology policies and system and infrastructures and consultants, and all of this can be in place. But if we don't understand the data that we want to use to make decisions, all of this is becoming really difficult. It's doable, but we're using a lot of energy than necessary. So this organization that has huge funding for M&E did not know its own indicators, did not even know if they have developed indicators before in the past. So I said, that's fine, that's not hard to do. Let's look at the indicators. Okay, what information do we need to make what decisions? So I also realized, even if we know these indicators, we don't know what we want to do with them. We don't know what the kind of decisions we want to make. And I don't think this is just a Tanzanian issue. A lot of societies that have not utilized information for either business or sectorial growth have not had this training and capacity to begin with. We are looking at developments from countries who have breathed statistics before technology itself. And when AI comes, it becomes easy to reap those benefits. And we are finding ourselves lagging behind and grab technology and grab AI and want to be in the hype, and not understanding that we have to acclimatize with the information we want to collect, why we're collecting it, what decision is it going to help us make. Only then everything becomes a day effort on how and which system should be in place. So realizing that, I put everything aside for a month. We talked about the kind of information, and this was a fisheries project. We also talked about gender data generated from artisanal fishing, which most of them were women. And we also wanted to know how do we want to help and which information is going to. So from the objective, we made a dashboard by ourselves using limited resources, just Excel online dashboard, that was working. And it took less effort because we understood the data. Now, if I navigate this to the position where we are in Tanzania, we are heavily investing, so much is happening. How are we mentoring, understanding the data itself? How are we contextualizing the innovative projects that we foster our youngsters to own and to inform and to create the demand to know? And using the same energy in publicizing the magic that can happen between this data and the system and technology together. Technology is here to facilitate the efficiency, but the effectiveness comes in the awareness of the data itself. How are we marrying with the data collection process in such a way it's becoming automatic demand that I want to know because I need to make this decision? Only then is our innovative solutions going to capture the mindsets and the demand of someone who wants to know. And this is easy to do even to someone who didn't go to college, because they are a farmer and they know what they need to know and they know what they want to produce, and you tell them this is the system that can facilitate that, and you find a bigger group of utilization is going to happen at the society. I have another gender example that I also want to bring here. I was a lecturer myself. I taught data science in the United States. I was a health informatics lecturer. 90% of my classroom did not have a technology background. It was designed by the program. Most of them were clinicians. Most of them were straight from India, coming to the US knowing they'll get a health informatics degree and venture out. I realized after 1 year when we send them to internships, they'll come to you with a topic. This is the topic that I want to do on the field. And you ask them what are you going to yield out of it? We will struggle a little bit, but how are we connecting it to curriculum? That's going to be the huge struggle. But I also understood the male groups figure it out quickly because of their own support network. They have a group of 7 best students from my class who would study together until midnight. The female groups will be hiding behind their desks, struggling until morning before they nearly give up. So I was observing the tendencies when I receive girl students. I usually give them more time. I drill their challenges more. And I understand they don't have the surrounding support network that the males are having. So gradually, I identified in the hiring process if they are being hired by a female director. And I will be closely working with the director to fine-tune the internship and ensuring she's succeeding and even enjoying the process that she is a contributor of health informatics in a certain health department and their project excels higher. On the exhibition day, all my girls had very successful projects. And it is because of the mentorship that I was doing at the office hours that they are lacking. Coming to Tanzania, I came to smell we will be graduating batches and batches if we don't have so many Mahdias on the ground who are navigating hand in hand with these students. It's not going to be possible because, one, we have domestic problems. We get married during our programs and we have childbearing waiting for us. And it turns out I knew I could have done it better if these necessary things did not hinder me behind. Fatma here today, she can probably say if it wasn't Mahdia, she wouldn't be sitting here. What I have done this past year after returning to Tanzania, I lead a group of female technical academicians from Zanzibar, like 15, who are mentoring girl students, and they come with stories that you'll nearly cry. Sometimes they have to give them even transportation allowances to make sure they don't lose classrooms. And when I asked about them on the rotation and recruitment and rotation, I heard today we have 37 recruitment. They think at least a third is lost along the way before graduation. Either they drop out because they think data science is really difficult with everything else that is going on around them, or they change fields. Hey, we've had a lot of those. First or second semester, they would say, this is not for me. It is for you, that's why you are admitted into this program. But the faculty around you, or your family system, or us, we are failing to see mentorship should continue. And may I call upon civil society that we have here, we should start looking towards the academicians who are supporting these girls. We directly support the girls, but they are doing a lot of voluntary work. They spend their own money. Some of them have even paid fees for these girls so that I don't lose another female data scientist. So with this, I'd like to pause here and maybe we can have more interactive discussions later.
Thank you very much. And I think let's give everybody a round of applause. That's really the rubber meets the road, that these are the realities that you're facing. You've talked about, now mentorship is unpaid labor, right? And for anybody who has mentored, you know the heaviness of mentorship because it comes after hours. It is something that you're giving other than, and it takes a lot to mentor well, right? And many times mentorship is not necessarily something that you can put on your CV or bio. And where somebody sees that, oh, you have mentored, so then this opens a door. So then that has to have somebody who is thinking and understanding that their role in time, is thinking about destiny, not just for themselves, but for the entire country, the entire system. It's somebody who's thinking completely outside of themselves. And a lot of women do that quite well. Of course, the gentlemen too. But a lot of women find themselves thrown into that space because you exactly some of the things that you're saying. But I do wonder at this point how we need to change the narrative around mentorship so people can understand the gravitas of what it takes to truly be a mentor. Right? And I applaud all the mentors on this panel. And I'm going to go to, Julia Seifert, who is definitely a mentor across different sectors. Julia, the financial sector as is truly increasingly shaped, always, it is shaped by data. Right? From digital payments, credit scoring, to customer insights, financial inclusion, risk, and product design. We have seen the reports also from FSDT truly also shape various ecosystems. But if the people building and interpreting these systems are not diverse, which is largely what we're seeing, then the outcomes will always also be limited and unfair. Right? So from your vantage point, From a financial sector perspective, why does gender equity in data science matter for both products, better market, and of course, better financial inclusion? Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think the key point here, it's beyond just disaggregating your data. So it's not enough to just disaggregate by male, female, and say, oh, I'm now gender inclusive. So I think it's also about asking the right questions, measuring the right outcomes, the right indicators, and trying to go deeper in terms of understanding, the realities, and often how do those numbers connect with those realities on the ground. And I think that's where the diversity is so important, because if you send a group of 10 different people into a field, and if they are diversely selected, then you will come back with quite different results. Thank you for that. Yeah, so the other thing I think which is important, and what we have seen also in our own research, we did a research on gender norms, and we were also looking in the gender norms that exist within the financial service providers themselves, and how young women in the field feel when they enter into financial service providers as a career kind of analytical person or data scientist. And what we've realized is not enough. So it doesn't mean that because your manager is a woman, or your director is a woman, you will have smooth sailing. It may sometimes actually be the reverse. The other thing we've realized is that it's very important to also understand that, we say, now we have one woman at the team. Well, congrats to you, but one woman is also still not enough, because what we've also realized is that, it's really different at what stage of life that woman is in particular. Women can be sisters, can be daughters, but women can also be mothers and wives. As you were saying, I think it changes so much, being married, and particularly in our context, having children in our context, the position that you're in. And we're seeing this in our research. So the level of mobility a woman has in general, regardless now which career path, from 35 upwards is significantly limited because of the social responsibilities that come with being a woman. And that, but by the way, that can be positive. So it can be positive in some ways, because I was talking to somebody in the poultry industry, and he was telling me 80% of their livestock keepers are women. And I was asking, okay, why is that the case? It's like men don't have the patience, and they don't sit still enough to keep poultry well. So it has its positive sides. But my point is that it's important that also from the type of women that we engage, I think we should also ensure that we try to be as diverse as possible. Young, old, of urban origin, of rural origin, different sources of income, different levels of education. And I think that will truly bring the diversity and perspective that we are looking for, particularly as we are designing products, to make sure that we really understand the true realities. And I think there's never enough, sometimes you have to go really deep. So we have been doing a study recently with SACCOs. And one of the things that was interesting is, so we visit different SACCOs. One of the SACCOs says, for us, yes, we have a policy, when you want to get a loan, the spouse has to co-sign. So the person didn't see any problem with that, because it's like, it's a spouse. So even if you're a man, your wife needs to co-sign the loan. And we're like, yeah, but you see there's a difference there. I mean, what's the power of the woman in the household to say, you're not getting that loan, vis-a-vis the men having the power to say, no, I'm not co-signing that loan. Then there was another SACCO who was like, no, we don't have such a policy. But all our loans have to be collateralized. And then we asked them, okay, so how does that look like? Yeah, the owner of the collateral needs to countersign the loan. In 80% of the time, who is the owner of the collateral? Is the husband. So I think that there are those type of nuances which are really important, and it's mainly when women, investigate those kind of questions, you will see okay, there's more to this. It's more than disaggregating by gender, and it's more than just putting one single woman in that place. I think that's why the work that Madeira and everybody else here is doing is so important, and to really, we have to diversify, but also as we get to those positions, we don't have to reflect everything that happens to us on who comes next. I think that's also important. I also sometimes have to remind myself about that. I'm like, yo, you don't know what I'm going through, but it doesn't mean that everybody else who comes after has to go through the same, because it was hard maybe for you at that point to go through the same for the next. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Yes. Thank you very much. So we do not have to recycle pain. Hey, you shall know the pain. I went through it. We shall all go. So I love what you said in terms of gender is not enough. We cannot only disaggregate data by gender. We have to move deep into the nuances. And normally we say these things, right? And that's the truth. But then at the end of the day, I think now, even in the work that you're doing, is how do we move that into practice? How do we see that happening on ground? Because sometimes it's very unintended, the fact that people do that, yes? And then also, I think also building into Dr. Isayana's point, having one woman in a space is not enough. We need to be able to build communities and ecosystems of support in those spaces, because also if you are in a room, to all the women, the singular women in boardrooms in this room, it sometimes becomes very hard to champion something because you're trying to go against a status quo that is set in place by people who don't see your point of view. But how do we build coalitions in those spaces? Even speaking to Dr. Maria, what you're talking about with young girls, or was it Dr. Zaina who talked about young girls will study till morning without asking for help, but these young boys operate in clusters and have these support groups. So as much as we're talking about data science, I think in the very inceptions and in orientations, it could be interesting to have conversations about how do you build a community? How do you build a support group? And for you to be able to go in through this program, you need to make sure that you have a support community. One of the prerequisites of you succeeding in the program is having a support group. It can be something really small, but something that could make a massive difference, right? And so at this point, as we're preparing to round off, but I'm prepared to receive 2 questions from the audience. 2 questions from the audience. Going once, going twice. Gone. Thank you very much. I am going to, do we have a hand? We do have a hand over here. Okay, no, I'll just come to you. All right. Karibu sana. I'm going to ask you to stand up so he can get you well on camera.
Thank you very much. My name is Godfrey Justo from University of Dar es Salaam and the Tanzania Data Lab. But my question is related to data availability. Reflecting back to the start of the data science program at the University of Dar es Salaam, which of course DLab was part of the organization that were the lead. So we had a movement for open data, which was mainly fueling innovation, and particularly for data scientist students would make it easier for them to have data to play with in their projects, to support their learning. But this was somewhat changed after, I think, a year or so because of the policy changes at national level from open data. Then it was more or less closed data movement. So I'm happy to see a representative from the again, Zanzibar government, but also the policymakers, the MPs, to see how this has affected particularly women now, because they are part of the parcel of the movement to have access to data to support learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the hands are coming up. I will come to you. Karibu sana, Ms. Farhana.
I actually have a question for all of you. So I'm trained as an engineer, and it was a long time ago, so once again, very male-dominated. In all your conversations, we talked about support systems, but all the weight was put on women. why can't we not expect the men to participate in that, right? Because culturally, like you said, they have that support system. And so what are your thoughts on, as mentors, as educationers, as practitioners, enabling support groups that are multi-gender, right? Because the men will always have the advantage. But is there an education, is there a mentorship that is inclusive of them, required of them from a civil society perspective, that would perhaps allow us to move together faster?
We'll take the last one right here. Karibu sana. Multidimensional support groups.
I recognize you are excluded because of the table. Thank you so much, our panelists. I am Ruth Insibirano from Makerere University, Uganda, and this topic is very close to me. So when we are talking about going deep into who to include, it's not only the women, because it is not a homogeneous category. I want us to also include, now Africa is home to very many communities that are seeking refugees. So we have a new category of the refugees. They are disadvantaged. When you talk about the girls, again, the ages also vary, and therefore when we talk about mentorship and supporting them, we have different categories that need the support, but also at varied levels of inclusion. The boys, yes, that is a new catch coming up, and we look at it as a pushback. Yes, we appreciate them, but then I'm wondering, is it not going to take the focus away from the girls who are already disadvantaged, double disadvantaged? The boys have a way of learning technology, again, right, because of the social dilemmas that the girls encounter, the do and the don't, which exclude the girls, and distance science, data, information technology from the girls. So they are double disadvantaged compared to the boys. The boys are allowed to mobilize themselves, to interact, to move out, to explore, to distort technology, and that works for them. It doesn't work for the girls. So what am I saying? When we are talking about disaggregation, let's include other categories. The young girls in their different categories, the boys, but also the refugees who are a new category. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause for all those who asked questions. Thank you for engaging. Now to the panel, given the time that we have, I am going to ask that you address these questions in the following format. One, we have a question. So I think, Daktari, yours was mostly a shout out, right, and an acknowledgement. So thank you very much for that. But we had a question about the cross-dimensional support groups. But then also, of course, we talked about, there's a question about the actual issue is with the young girls. So then how do we manage these cross-dimensional support groups when the actual need is the girls need to find ways to, or the ladies need to find ways to come together and basically build towards the particular challenge in place. So yes, cross-dimensional, but then they also need their own spaces. But then also we've talked about being able to include refugees and also think about, there's some disenfranchised boys as well. So how do we think widely across those spaces? I am going to ask whoever wants to touch on any of them can do so, but I am going to ask that that happens as you're closing for the panel. But the main thing from me, which I will add to them as you close, please respond to this for me. What is the one catalytic barrier that you believe we must break that would have cause exponential change within this space, and how? What is the one catalytic barrier that you believe needs to change to have to shift this space exponentially, and how do you suppose that we could go about breaking that barrier? As you close and also respond to some of the questions being asked. Karibu sana. Dr. Mahadia, I will begin with you.
All right. Thank you. I was actually looking in the room whenever you have women, gender topic, it's women who come into that session. We have even had a conference where all participants were women, except my co-organizer, who was a male in the room. So, yeah, so that's but to design, we need to work together. I totally agree. On the shift, for me, I feel like we are working top down. So most of these programs are anchored at the universities, at earliest at secondary school. And what we are getting at the university is the mindset. But things begins at the lower level. So the intervention program should shift from top down, I would say, should begin at the lower level. We should see more of intervention programs at the primary school level, where when you look at the data, you find that if it's not equal percent, 50% representation, women are slightly more at the primary school level. We are losing in the process. So if we want to make a change, we need to begin at the primary level.
And over here, I'm just going to take a moment to shout out to the government of Tanzania for the clubs za kidijiti happening across schools in Tanzania. I just had to take a moment to have digital clubs happening and being rolled out across schools in Tanzania from primary level. And there's some also from nursery level, which is, it's a great idea. The execution is something that has been worked on, but I think it's a great initiative.
Okay, thank you. Just responding on the same line, and just to add on what Mahadia pointed out, we all acknowledge that at least in the process, from the lower ground up to, let's say, university level education, we tend to lose quite a lot of these young ladies, girls and women on the way. Only a third or even half of a third gets to university level, where we're now starting to talk about data science. So the one thing that I think if we can address is how do we recruit this lost talent in terms of these ladies or women, girls that we lose on the way. So the conversation should be around what kind of curriculum can we have on board in order to cater for their specific needs. Because mind you, some of these girls and women that we lose on the way, it's either due to, childbirth. So how are we catering in terms of the curriculum that we have on board in order to recruit and tap these talents so that we don't lose them? Yeah, so that is the one aspect that I would love for us to, to have more conversation around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you. And I think partially also responding to the question on the men. So I feel like, at least in our generation, I don't know how it has been for my fellow panelists, but I feel like at one point in time, I think there were actually men part of this process, and they are the reason why we are where we are. I recently met my former boss, and each time he introduces me, I'm always like, is he talking about me? So I think like he has been such a hype man for me, and that's really, I think, what you also sometimes need. But I think unintentionally, what happens in a corporate world is that, and I think that's the barrier I think we need to address, is that decisions are not necessarily made in the senior management meeting or in the boardroom. They are made in after hours, and they are made over drinks or whatever. So for years I was like, okay, we were in the same meetings. One of this guy has like another set of information. I don't know, I'm a 2-hour wapi. And then I was like, okay, I know the guy is smart, but I know also I'm smart. I was like, somewhere I cannot connect the dots. Now, luckily, I'm a friend of TBL. Yeah? For those who are not Tanzania, TBL is the biggest beer producer in Tanzania. So, and I'm German, so by design. So now, you see, now I was like, you know what, let me go. I hear they want to go somewhere, have some special food and have some drinks. So I went once. Trust you me, I never missed going again. Now, the problem now which comes, and I think this is paramount, even for me, mpenzi wa TBL. Now I'm a mother. I have a 2.5-year-old. I cannot go to mikutano ya TBL anymore. It's a problem. I can go maybe if they're at 5 p.m. But so now again, you are in a phase like, okay, I want to know, okay, I knew, okay, kind of, how do I maneuver? But now I can no longer maneuver because I cannot leave that kagai at home. So my point here is in a corporate space, because at the end of the day, these perfect graduates that you create, they will enter in that corporate world somehow. So how do we make sure the key decisions sisifanyike kwenye mikutano ya TBL? So that's my, is like how do we make sure these decisions and the information vacuum that's been created is not being created, because it's specifically difficult for women, and in particular for those now who have gotten married. My husband has no problem, I can go wherever I want to go. But the good thing is, that's also not the case for everybody. So the other thing is now if you're a mother, you self-control. So now how do we make sure that this decision and the vacuum of information that you get by design now is not the case? So I think that's something which is very important, and I think here it really helps if you have females in leadership position, because they will be more receptive of that understanding. But I think that's a key barrier, and I'm not saying men do that intentionally. I think they actually do that very unintentionally, and it's just something naturally to happen because you are in good company, you make certain decisions, or you come up with very good ideas. So I think if you can break that, that would bring us very far.
Thank you very much, and of course to see if we can also have meetings that are happening wakati we're having play dates. So what would be the other side of TBL meetings? What would be the counter experience of what that would look like? Karibu sana, Dr. Ziana.
That's not the question for me, though.
No, it's not.
Okay. I am excited by the first question, to be honest, that was brought about open data, and I would say open data now. Because if there was an initiative that got data available to our graduating students, and then we didn't get that data, and then we are coming back to the government. I'm excited that I'm a female, I'm a data scientist, and I'm a parliamentarian of Tanzania, not Zanzibar. If it is the time to have this discussion reopened, please count me in. I would love to recruit more champions from parliamentarian level. Let's have a parliamentarian caucus on data. We now have a Data Act. We even have, I heard they launched last 2 weeks, Open University, they have a certification for data privacy. So it probably could be a reason that we didn't have these instruments in place to protect the data that we are opening up to the public. But maybe it is time to revisit that discussion and have data available. Otherwise, we are creating chefs and we're not giving them ingredients, and we want them to practice and we want to see the benefit. It's not going to happen if we're not supplying data enough. I have seen this frustration a couple of years ago coming to Ministry of Health Zanzibar and wanting to create even just simple dashboards for people to see disease trends. And the argument was like, this is health data, so it's private, it cannot be made public. What level of privacy are we talking about? What level of public sharing are we discussing about? Do we even know the boundaries? So we really have to sit down and revisit. There's so much that should be open by now that can foster the ecosystem to be happening, and without it, it cannot. I also am skeptical to touch on the gender applying mentorship around our male counterparts who have excelled, and we see that, we know that. But in some of our societies, we are affected by, in politics we call double corruption, that female are encountered with corruption by finance and corruption by morality. And sometimes, this is a white elephant in the room, that can be a reason they quit these types of professions. If we have our female mentors, let's capacitate those. I promise you, they will do a wonderful job with morality and with our cultural norms. In reverse, in injecting that to expose them to things that we might not want to see happen. And believe me, it is happening in academic institutions. And we don't have policy enough to overcome that. Sometimes it just goes hidden, known or unknown. So I will pause here, but if there is one thing that can really change, what was the question, right? Mentorship. Let's fund mentors. Let's fund academicians who are spending more time with them. They know the direct why and how we are losing and we're failing to retain them.
Thank you so much. Okay. For me, I would say when we are educating people about data and AI and everything, we should focus as well on the parents, because these children, these women are from the community where most of them have been influenced by the culture. And the first mentor who can guide these young women are the parents. So when we're educating these parents, it will be easier for them to guide their young females so that they can be able to see pursuing maybe data science or pursuing technological studies. It is like a normal thing. But without capacitating these parents, it is difficult for even the mother or the father to talk about technology to the young woman. And that is, for me, is a bit barrier.
Thank you very much. That we should think about mentorship from the household as well. How do we involve parents who many times, exactly like your aunt, Dr. Maria, might not have an understanding of what the field holds and how you can navigate, and hence they end up becoming the first barrier instead of the supporter. A hand of applause to our panel, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up. Thank you very much. Please stand together for a group photo. Tafadhali tuweze kupiga picha kwa pamoja. As they take their photos, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break right now. There's tea served outside, so you shall grab your tea and move on to the next conversations of the day. We have breakout rooms happening, and these breakout rooms are some of these rooms. This will be broken down into 3 parts. So I'm going to ask that we leave this room immediately so that can happen. For you to have a look at the agenda and the breakout rooms, please head off onto the website. The website has all the rooms, the different sessions that are going to be happening. Thank you very much. As we take the photo, I encourage us to start evacuating the room so that they can arrange it. See you in the breakout rooms. Thank you very much. I encourage us, please, let's evacuate the room. Let's leave the room so we can arrange the chairs as quick as possible.
And because of this work that civil society organizations do, they are recognized as, the good guys of the society. Their intentions are fundamentally noble, but in this zeal to help, and in this work that they're trying to do to help, they document, injustices, they fundraise, they communicate, and in so doing, civil society organizations have become massive data collectors. of often personal data, and in many cases as well, highly sensitive data. And today's CSOs or NGOs really operate as vast repositories for data, names, photos, medical histories, abuse records, location data, financial data. And so this session essentially wants to hold the mirror up. And we want to hold the mirror to civil society organizations. And relying on the work we've done as Amnesty International Kenya, where we did produce guidelines for civil society, to support civil society organizations to comply with the data protection laws in Kenya, we will explore the paradox of data collection in the non-profit world. Where mishandling of data of marginalized and vulnerable populations is seen to be a huge risk, and a risk that, of course, when it comes to fruition, has significant repercussions for the individuals involved. We want to challenge civil society organizations to look inwards and reflect on their role as data handlers, or whether be data controllers and data processors, and adopt robust data governance frameworks that would help support individuals that they exist to serve. And so we want to look at data protection compliance not as data protection compliance in civil society organizations, not as a box ticking exercise that you do so just so that you're able to comply with the law, but we are looking at it from a point where, as the good guys in society and with the potential to become the bad guys in society, what can we do so that we're able to protect and promote and respect the rights to privacy of individuals? And so the basis for this session as well is, with the rapid digital transformation, we are heavily data-driven organizations currently. We collect a lot of data, from programming to monitoring and evaluation to everything that we do. We must integrate data protection principles in the work that we do. We are the ones to hold state and other non-state actors to account when they violate data protection principles, but we also have to accept that with the power that we have also comes the responsibility of protecting digital rights ourselves as civil society organizations. And so this session is basically aimed at equipping us with knowledge and the knowledge to responsibly navigate the modern data ecosystem while upholding human dignity for the individuals we serve. And so one of the things to also mention is that this conversation is in partnership as well with the Center for Intellectual Property and IT and Information Technology Law, or CIPIT, which is based at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. And I'll shortly invite Dr. Melissa Omino, who's the director of the center, to take us through what the data protection course that has been offered by CIPIT has been able to achieve over the last couple of years, and see how we can translate and transform the same to offer a similar offering or similar course to civil society actors, for them to know how to engage in the data protection conversation, and more importantly, transform data protection courses into data protection action in terms of compliance. After which, again, my colleague from Amnesty, Aurelia, will also join the stage to just speak on this issue. So I think Aurelia and Dr. Omino, please come onto the stage to kick off this conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you? Excellent. I hope you're not feeling too cold in this room. We are trying to regulate the temperature. But thank you so much, Victor, for that introduction. And Amnesty International Kenya and CIPIT are grantees of the Hewlett Foundation. And we've worked together on a number of things. We have a data governance research day that's coming up in October in Nairobi, Kenya. It will be the second iteration of that research day. And we do that in conjunction with the Data Governance and Privacy Society of Kenya. So there's a lot of things that we collaborate on. This would not be the first time that we collaborate. But how many of you have heard about CIPIT? If you've heard about CIPIT, you can put your hand up. Wow, somebody from Tanzania has heard about CIPIT? Excellent. Okay. Where are you from? Which country are you from? Zanzibari for 6 months. So, via Texas, Zanzibari knows about CIPIT. That's excellent. I was not expecting that. And I was not expecting, well, the people in the front row knew them, so I knew they were going to say that they knew CIPIT. So CIPIT is the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law. We are a research and training center at Strathmore University. And essentially, we started our life in the law school at Strathmore, but we graduated into an independent research center in 2022. And we have 3 thematic areas. We work on data governance, intellectual property, and AI, law and policy. And what we do, we create evidence-based research on emerging technology, because all those touch on emerging technologies, and we make it freely available for policymakers and the public. We also conduct training and capacity building, which is why I am having this conversation with Amnesty International. And our focus, or our lens, is an African lens, as well as a human rights lens. So we want to make direct contributions using these lenses into regional AI, data, and digital rights policy, which we have managed to do in the East African region. Now, thanks to the funding that we received from Hewlett, we started a data protection course. And this was inspired by the Data Protection Act being enacted in Kenya in 2019. When that act came out, it was new for practitioners, but it had a wide range of effects in terms of how personal data was going to be treated. So we knew that we had to step in the gap and create this intervention of a course that would build foundational knowledge of data protection laws, principles, and practice in Kenya, that would equip participants with practical tools to implement compliance obligations, because the Data Protection Act had compliance obligations, and to strengthen the capacity of organizations and practitioners to protect personal data and uphold the rights of data subjects. So essentially, we wanted to foster understanding, and though we were concentrating on the Kenya Data Protection Act, we also understood that there was a wider framework, right? There's the Malabo Convention within the African context, and everybody was trying to say that the Kenyan Data Protection Act was similar or was a replica of the GDPR, which I would say it is not. It has similar characteristics, but it's not a replica. So we really wanted to ensure that we prepared what would be data protection officers to understand the act and utilize the act. Of course, after that came regulations, which made the course even more competitive or a necessity for those who wanted to practice. So we've had 5 years of the course, we've had 9 cohorts, and we've trained 9,321 participants. That number, there's a plus sign there because there are few, we currently have a cohort, so if you go on LinkedIn and search CIPIT, you'll find everybody posting their current certificates of completion and tagging CIPIT. The plus sign there is because there are few people who've asked for an extension in time to complete the course, so the number will go up by the end of this month, beginning of next month. It has been really interesting over the 9 cohorts to see who these participants have been. If people ask me what I was contemplating, I would say I was not contemplating 9,000 participants in 5 years. I was also not contemplating people posting their certificates on LinkedIn and using it for career progression or professional development. And I'm happy with that, but as I have the conversation with Amnesty, my question is, who exactly in the 9,000 have we trained? Who are they? Who do they represent? And what do they do? Not surprisingly, 26.5%, which is the largest percentage of participants, are in legal services because compliance. The next is information and technology practitioners or ICT practitioners. Don't ask me what that is. That's how they fill the form. They say that they are ICT. This is very interesting, but it makes sense, especially in the Kenyan ecosystem. There's a question of who is in charge of data governance. Is it legal professionals or is it technical professionals? And that's when you hear conversations of technical data governance and legal data governance. And tied together at 9.5% are financial services and government or public sector. But the people that I am concerned about, I don't even know what the percentage is right there, are civil society. They are such a small slither of the pie. And that's why this collaboration with Amnesty is important, because we want to ensure that this slither is captured correctly, especially because the amount of data that these people are collecting and the communities that they're extracting that data from, or rather borrowing. We heard yesterday that it's sharing, who they're sharing that data with. It's important that we focus on them. So you can see others include people in the healthcare sector, education, academia, media and communications, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in terms of our reach, we started with concentration in the Kenyan context, but our current iteration of the course widens its reach to the East African regional context. But beyond that, because we do talk about the AFCFTA and what that means for personal data and cross-border data flows, I think it does have an African focus. But obviously, the top country represented is Kenya in terms of the course reach, because that was the target. The next country is Uganda. But we have had representatives from Rwanda, Tanzania, South Africa, and even as far as Nigeria and Ghana taking the course and completing, not just taking, but taking and completing the course and finding that it is useful for them. So that has been interesting. The impact, like I mentioned, career progression, you'll see that all over LinkedIn. Don't take my word for it, please go and check. Institutional strengthening, we've seen that most of the people who are turning up as DPOs in various institutions have been trained by CIPIT. We're also seeing people asking if we can train teams, etc. There is a growing data protection awareness. I will not claim that that's just CIPIT. There's a lot of work that has been done by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, also assisted by Amnesty. And there's a regional and global reach, as well as knowledge and skills development. This is an example of impact. These are two participants of the course, both who completed the course and then came back to be facilitators of the course within the 9 cohorts that we've had. Dr. Nelson Otieno actually graduated after he completed the course and is in the current list of facilitators, and we have Ruguru Kago as well. This is their testimony about the data protection course, so you don't have to. So I do think that moving from that East African region and a wide focus for everybody within data protection gives us a wonderful foundation to now really think about civil society and how we can focus on that group of participants, particularly in ensuring that they're properly trained to deal with issues of personal data protection. And with that, I'm going to ask Aurelia to get into the nitty-gritties.
Hi, everyone. So you're going to look at the practical ways on how we can move from basically doing compliance, but also doing it with a focus on aiming at building strategic resilience. So just reflecting back to the theme of this conference, which is Kujenga na Data, and we've been encouraged to collect and use data specifically for evidence-informed decisions. But then that means as organizations, as public benefits organizations, we are collecting so much data, and this could be for our programming, it could be for research, or also even for monitoring and evaluation. One of the reasons why allegations are data controllers and processors, and do we also understand the impact of, the magnitude of the impact, for instance, when one beneficiary's data is breached? Now, contextualize your organizations working with survivors of gender-based violence. So you're holding all this information for a child who was probably assaulted by their father and is in your custody. And then your program officer leaks or shares information about this child with the perpetrator. So if you reflect using this example, you find that the moment the perpetrator has access to whatever information that was in your custody, for instance, if the staff shared the shelter house for this particular survivor, then that means the survivor can easily be tracked by the perpetrator. So this whole conversation is about us understanding the wide range of obligations that we have been bestowed onto while we hold this massive data, but also just understanding that the little steps that we put in place ensures that we are protecting our communities, and it plays a bigger role to our communities and our beneficiaries versus just us complying to the data protection laws that are in place. And based on that, we're going to look at some of the principles that we are supposed to encompass throughout the process of collecting, using, storing, retention, and even disposal of data. Collecting this information, and am I legally collecting this information? And then on fairness, am I using fair means to collect this information? And in the collection of the information, am I in any way creating any form of discrimination against the communities in the collection or even in the use? And then lastly, am I transparently communicating to my community, my beneficiaries, the why, the how, the when that I'm gonna use this information? So what does this mean in terms of operationalizing it? It means as an organization, as an institution, you're thinking about the lawful reason why you're collecting information. You're thinking about the fairness and transparency throughout the data life cycle. Another principle that I'm going to talk about is data minimization. In principle, you're collecting only that data that you need. So for example, if you are signing up for a conference, let's use an example of when you are doing the registration for this conference. Imagine if you are asked, for instance, Okay, you might have been asked whether you're suffering from any chronic disease. And basically, that one is for the conference organizers to be able to offer you supportive or to be accommodative of you based on the situation. But then imagine if you were being asked to declare, for instance, your HIV status for the purposes of registering for this conference. So sitting back at your desk and you're doing the registration, you probably would have felt uncomfortable to input your HIV status. Reason being, you'll feel it's too much information that is being required from you for a conference registration. Now, reflecting back to our individual organizations. So you're collecting information about your program delivery, probably it's a sign-up form. But then you have all these unnecessary columns that your participants need to fill information for them to be able to participate in that, if it's a capacity building engagement. What that means is, if you do not practice the data minimization principle, then it means you're collecting so much information. And the risk is you have so much information that you actually need additional mechanisms in place to protect. And another risk is that at any point that information might be misused, either by yourselves, by the program officers, or by whomever might have access to that information. On purpose limitation, is you are deciding and communicating the purpose of your data collection prior to the collection exercise. And you're doing this internally within your team before rolling out the project, but also during the communication process with your participants or whoever the target audience for that particular program that you are engaging on. Then you're communicating to them the why you actually need that information. For instance, if my sign-up form has a name, a national ID, agenda, maybe agenda section, and then the signature, I should be able to assign a purpose to every single data set that I'm collecting. So I'm collecting your name because I need to know X and X were in this engagement. I'm collecting your gender probably because I need to report the demographics of my participants. I am collecting your, say if it's an age, because you need to know whether where you're keeping all this information in a correct and up-to-date form. Why is it important to adopt this principle within your organization? It's basically when you have inaccurate data or when you use inaccurate data during the processing, that it means you are increasing the risks or you are increasing the range of or the capacity of exposing your target communities to a particular risk, if or excluding them from the benefits of whatever you're trying to do. So you can imagine if I have indicated, I'll use Dr. Melissa's name. If in my database I have indicated Dr. Melissa as a girl, and during the processing, I am processing this data for a project that the benefit goes to girls. And probably she is not a girl, she is a boy. An example. So it means, one, she might be included in the quote unquote wrong processing activity, or one might be excluded in the right processing activity. Understand that? So it's important we anchor all our processing, our data processing activities within these principles. And as much that we do that, most our data protection laws also provides us with the principles on confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and additionally, the accountability principle. This applies within our data that is within our custody. That it's being handled confidentially, and only authorized people or staff have access to that information. And then during the whole data life cycle, the data is being handled with integrity, in that it stays accurate, it stays unaltered during the whole process until disposal. Then lastly, it is available such that when a regulator has queries on how you process information, or has your data subjects wants to exercise one of the data subject rights, that information is available. Lastly, as organization, you should always be ready to demonstrate compliance. And compliance would mean, for example, you have a data protection officer or a designated person in charge of data protection. You have documents in place, for example, the data map, for example, the record of data processing activities, and policies in place, and legal obligation. So most of the times as organizations, we focus more on consent, but then our laws requires us to make a linkage between all the lawful bases provided for, but also select one that is dominant, backed up with the additional lawful basis. So I had earlier mentioned that the more data we hold in place, the higher the risk. So in terms of risks or consequences in case there is misuse of data, there is a breach, we're looking at it from, number one, the regulatory side, where of course you're offering a breach notification to your data protection authority, and then they later conduct an investigation, and then potential penalties and sanctions. But also, the risks that I will emphasize more are on reputational risks to you as an organization, but also, more importantly, is the risks that our data subjects or our communities or our beneficiaries are exposed to. So on reputational, I earlier mentioned that our communities are able to give this information because they basically trust us. We are able to work with our partnership based on goodwill. So that means in cases where there is a breach, then it means the trust is broken. So picture yourself where you're running a shelter house, for instance, and you have survivors of GBV, and there is one single case where there was a data breach, and probably one of the survivors was, worst case scenario, killed by their perpetrator. So in the continuous implementation of, or continuous doing of your work, you'll find that you might not be able to take in more survivors because they would assume, or they would feel they won't be safe enough in your hands. So now think about what that has an implication on the whole operation for you as an organization. And then I think while giving that example, I talked about the real danger to the people when there is a breach or when their data is exposed, especially for survivors of various human rights violations, refugees, and even the children as vulnerable populations. So what are some of the actionable steps that you'll take in terms of setting up a privacy program? Is number one, understanding what information that you hold, where, who has access, why you have it in the first place. And that leads as you being able to conduct data mapping for your organization. Because data mapping leads us to indicating every single data that we have in our custody, indicating why we collected that information, how we are going to use that information, how we are going to store it, who are we sharing that information with, and also where are we storing that information. And then linking our data map to the record of processing activities. Record of processing activities is basically you being able to illustrate the what you have and the how you're going to use it. And then of course, us being able to do a vendor assessment exercises, because I understand within our organizations we work with various vendors. You might need a CRM service provider, for instance, if you are, or you are doing community fund disbursements. So of course you're working with a third party in all the processing activities. So I don't know how often we do individualized vendor assessments with regards to us being able to do like data protection assessments with regards to our vendors. And then lastly, it's us being able to understand the life cycle and how we're going to manage the whole life cycle, because the understanding of these 4 important components of data protection is that we get to put in safeguards and measures in place to ensure that at every single point, we are protecting the data that is within our custody. And then one most important thing is being able to run data protection impact assessments. And we're looking at data protection impact assessment not just as compliance steps, but we're looking at it as you're conducting a human rights impact assessment. You're looking at, if I am collecting a name, for instance, so why am I collecting? And in any case, in case there is a breach, what is the risk that this breach has and the impact the breach has on this data subject who is a human. So you're looking at DPIA, the data protection impact assessments, as human rights impact assessments, and being able to link not as a compliance step, but an overall human rights impact assessment. And most of our laws provides that we conduct DPIAs either when you're launching a new project or system, or when you're adopting new technology, or when you're processing sensitive or high-risk data at a large scale. So a simple step of doing a DPIA, and it is encouraging that you do not necessarily have to be doing all this, say adopting a new technology, but it's for us to be encouraged to carry out these data protection impact assessments at the launch of any project that we want to conduct. So whereby we are describing the process and the purpose of that project. We are looking at, is it necessary? Is it proportionate? We are also being able to identify and score the risks when it comes to data protection. And also once we identify the risk, what are some of the mitigation measures that you're going to put in place? So this whole conversation was about us moving from conducting basic legal compliance, but approaching data protection with a strategic mindset. And we're not just doing a data protection policy and filing it in the files, but we are doing data protection and actually practicing it in our day-to-day operation. We are intentionally drafting our consent forms, communicating the content of the consent forms with our communities, because all this will build trust, and it ensures that our data subjects are giving us informed consent, or they also understand the importance of these conversations. Lastly, we are looking at compliance not as a one step. Okay, I've created an organization. Okay, I've registered with the regulators. I have a policy in place, for example. But then how often do I review my policy? How often do I internally train my staff? How often do I adopt these principles with the day-to-day operation of my engagements? So I've spoken about all these exercises helping us to build community trust and also to support our donor and partner confidence, But lastly, in terms of building up on our operational resilience when it comes to data governance.
Supply it shortly. So essentially the session as we introduced, as we started, was that we have figured that it is time for us to put this mirror and hold this mirror to us as civil society organizations. And I think the reason why that is important, as we stated earlier, is that we have increasingly become massive data collectors in the non-profit or in the civil society space. And so we have to ensure that as we push to hold governments to account, non-state actors to account, particularly tech companies to account, our own internal processes have to be above board. And that we don't look at this as another compliance headache, but more importantly, as a means through which we also promote, protect, and respect people's rights to privacy. Data protection is one of the most pertinent conversations in this day and age. It's an operational resilience issue, as many other issues within our operating context as organization. And so it's going to be very important in the coming days and coming years to keep advancing in terms of data protection and all that, but also critically think through, and that's why we have the Center for IP and IT Law at Strathmore. How best do we build capacity for non-state actors to comply with data protection? You have seen from Dr. Omino's presentation that a lot of the people who have taken up the course have been legal practitioners who are doing it because they offer compliance services to their clients. We have seen people in banking, in finance, in hospitality, in healthcare, but very little from civil society. And so it's a huge gap, and it's a critical sector that continues to manage and continues to utilize a lot of data. Over and above that, increasingly we are seeing, given that it is a legal obligation for non-state actors to comply, it is also a legal, it's got, let me use the word, it's a loophole as well for state action on non-state actors or civil society actors. So that if you don't comply, it is very easy for the governments to clamp you down because of a very simple loophole. It could even be as simple as asking one of your data subjects to file a complaint against you. And in the case of, let me use the case of Kenya, a lot of the fines and a lot of the regulatory actions are very costly. You know, we are seeing awards of anywhere up to $5,000 per breach, you know? And so imagine if you have an avalanche of 100 beneficiaries you have worked with or 100 community actors you've worked with, and each of them has an award of $5,000 each. We literally shut down. So beyond it being good to do in terms of respect and promotion of the right to privacy, it's also a huge operational risk for many of us in civil society. And that's why we want to do this work with Strathmore CPIT to provide resilience and support to civil society actors to also be able to comply with the law and to protect themselves legally, but more importantly, to protect the people they work with as they continue to collect massive amounts of data. So I think at this point, I will open the floor to a few questions, reflections, comments. At times there are questions that are blended with comments, called comments. So we'll open the floor to a few of them, just to hear what your reflections are on the need and importance for this in the sector, and what actionable steps do you think also Amnesty, Strathmore CPIT, and any other actor should really take to push this conversation forward. So I think we have one hand there. The second hand will be here. Any third hand? Okay, we can start with this too. Just your name and institution.
My name is Brian Gilo. I'm from Guild Technologies. So I sit in the intersection of research and product development, and over the few years, what I've seen TFGBV, that's technological forced gender-based violence, which has been on the rise for a couple of times. And as Amnesty, you've talked about, you guys are watchdogs in looking how these big tech companies are regulating, or they're pushing, they're not watchdog in terms of the digital rights and how people use the internet. But now my question is about, let's say, for example, X. I know it can be a huge conversation, but X, you've seen how there's a lot of, it's a platform where people communicate freely, but they take it that as an advantage. So what has Amnesty done to ensure that the government not really puts a lot of stringent laws, but tries to regulate in that particular area, as much as it's a free platform, but at the end of the day, it really frames how we view TFGBV in general. So are there any projects that are going, or what has been done, just to understand? Yep, thank you.
I'll come back to you, Kate. There's another hand here.
Sorry, my name is Swedi Yunus. I'm the CEO of a company called Tanzania Investment, based here in Zanzibar, but it covers the mainland as well. Apologies for being a bit late, maybe it's covered. One issue in terms of data protection and confidentiality, I just wanted to know your views in when you go to government offices, private offices, you go and write down your name and put in your details and all that. I mean, the people who are supposed to manage the data are not even managing it properly. You can see they're breaching, and when you when you ask about it, people are like, no, this is normal practice. But my question is our countries within East Africa, including Tanzania, I mean, do you feel that the mindset is already ready for data protection? And yeah, maybe it's been covered, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. We'll provide a response.
Greetings, my name is Catherine from Article 19 based in Nairobi. Maybe I'm building on the last speaker who asked about how local institutions actually deal with data. And I'm asking Amnesty, but I'm also asking us as civil society, how do we connect to the common civilians across the region and actually help them appreciate what it means beyond the compliance and the repercussions they might face at their institution, at their country level? But how do we actually communicate? Would this course be transferable beyond, I don't say manual, but practical, physical touch that what do we do? How do we move forward? Again, as Amnesty or as civil society? Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions so that we just do a round of response once? Auctioning the slots, going once, going twice? Oh, Angela.
Thank you so much for this session. My name is Angela Minayo. I work at Article 19 Eastern Africa alongside Catherine. And my question is around how you're updating the course, because we know that data protection is not stagnant. And for instance, in Kenya, for instance, the Office of the ODPC has been issuing guidelines, trying to fill gaps that were left within the law. So how are you making sure that the course reflects subsidiary legislation as well as case law that is being developed even by the office itself?
All right, thank you very much. Melissa, questions on the course, I think you'll handle.
Thank you. Okay. How we're updating the course. It was difficult to update because we kept getting applications for people to do the course as it was. But the current iteration that is this cohort, the recent cohort that have just completed this month, has been updated. So we paused the course for about 3 to 4 months to update the details. We updated it to ensure that it is up to date with the Kenyan legislation. We also updated it to have a continental focus, and that's the module that I took, showing that data protection does not just start from a national level, but there's regional and continental considerations of why data protection is important. So we do that on a rolling basis as we monitor what's happening on the ground. Before we, and when I say updating, what do I mean? The course is a self-paced online course. So we record the facilitators, and the recordings are available on demand for the course takers for a particular period of time. You have to finish within a particular period of time in order for you to achieve the certificate. and there are questions. So we updated all the videos to meet the current landscape, legal landscape and regulatory landscape. Before we updated the videos, as regulations were popping up, we would add in different course materials, but they were written course materials that course takers could then pick up. So that's how we have been updating, and that's how I see we will continue updating it, as long as people allow us to update the course, because people just want to keep taking the course, because especially for career progression, people just wanted to have the certificate for career progression. So right now we are fully up to date, save a constitutional overhaul of the law or regulations, or if a big shift happens continentally, we are up to date. Was there another question on the course? There is a question I think I would like to touch on. There was a question about government offices and personal data management in countries in East Africa, and is the mindset ready for data protection? I think that's a very good question. I would say that data protection is a compulsory issue. So it's not about your mindset. You have to comply with the law, okay? And we do see certain offices really doing a great deal of compliance and ensuring that they're infusing in the organizational culture, even in government, right? And I would say especially those who are in law enforcement, in the judicial sector, etc., are quite sensitive about these things. The question is about the trickle down to those who I call the front line, who meet with the users. I think what they suffer is what many government officials tell us: overwhelm. I have to serve X number of citizens at this counter, and I need to do it by this time, and I'm only paid X amount, and now you're coming to tell me there's another compliance issue that I need to deal with. I think that mindset might not have caught up completely. What do we do? So the question is then, what do we do about that? I've seen, let me speak about the Kenyan context. I've seen, especially for those of us who have to apply for passports at Nyayo House, I've seen that they are sort of getting in line with data protection, because before they'd come and collect IDs and tell you, pass your ID to the next person, or write your ID number here. But now they are seeming to comply with it. Why? Because there are consequences within that office for breach of data protection. And that's because civil society has kept them on their toes. We had a lot of engagement with them around digital ID and dealing with those things. So I think civil society has to keep the pressure up to ensure that there are organizational mechanisms for breaches that extend to frontline government officials, but also the buy-in coming in from the top, because it's not a choice, it is mandatory according to the law and regulations.
Let's finish the first round, and then we take two final questions. I know we are also...
I'll answer the question from Catherine on how do we connect with basically our communities to ensure that they appreciate the subject matter. And I will speak in the context of the work that we do. We do lots of capacity building engagements, and our approach has always been the community-based organizations. And the way we are not conducting these engagements with an aim for compliance. Yes, there is the aim for compliance, but our major aim is to ensure that they understand what right to privacy is in the first place. And as much as they are doing their compliance journey, but also they are supporting the communities that they serve to appreciate the right to privacy and facilitating them to be able to exercise these rights.
One last question on TFGBV that you asked. I know it's a bit off tangent, but one of the things that we are increasingly focusing on is on platform accountability in terms of the content that they accept to stay on their platforms that is basically very foul content, gendered disinformation. And especially for most of us, especially like for a country like Kenya that's going into an electoral cycle, we're very concerned about, the information environment around the elections. And so TFGBV remains a real concern. A lot has been done to think about the perpetrators and the survivors, but there's a lot more that can be done to think about the platform where actually TFGBV happens. And platform accountability has become elusive, especially in the context of platforms like X, which totally shut us out in terms of, having teams even on the continent, looking at platform trust and safety on the platform. Meta and the others and TikTok try to, of course, address these concerns locally and have engaged in certain enforcement measures. But for X, it's very difficult given how the platform is currently run and owned. So I'll stop it at that. 2 final questions. There was a lady behind you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackie, and mine is just a reflection in terms of data protection. For instance, you say it's compulsory, it's mandatory, but we still have a long way to go. For example, in quote-unquote Kenyan context, when you get into a building, what are you asked for? You're asked to key in your details, your information, and all that. And after that, you don't have control. What happens next? How is that data protected? Thank you.
So, Dr. Melissa, you've talked about the continental, you said you're looking on the course to cover the Kenyan perspective and also trying to also go in the continental. But now I'm seeing, I saw that also the EU laws and GDPR laws are also catching up faster. So is it something you're also looking at for the course to cover, or it's a broad concept? Because if, say, I have a company and I want to establish or extending my market to the Western, so how do I ensure that I comply to the policies or the data protection?
Thank you.
Were you sent by my enemies? In the beginning, I said, for CIPIT, all our work, we concentrate on having an African lens and a human rights lens. I think I'm the wrong person for you to ask that question. Why? Because I am wholly against us always looking to the global north for solutions. I think we can see there's not even best practice. They like to say best practice, but we can see how they have dealt probably with issues that we have not yet encountered and learn lessons from them. But I am not, to be honest, I'm not, and the team at CIPIT is not looking at complying with what is happening in the EU. We are looking at complying to what's happening. First, because we're based in Kenya, East Africa, and the continent. Because we are hoping that we are attracting local innovators who are solving local problems on the continent, because that's what we need. In terms of the EU, there's a plethora of information and tools and courses that you can do to ensure that you're compliant there. That's why I don't even talk about certain certifications that many legal officers in Kenya like to do, which I will not mention. And that probably the Data Governance and Privacy Society would have more information on. So the short answer is, do we keep an eye on what is happening there? Yes. Do we develop and measure according to them? No. We do that on a continental level, regional level, national level, because we are looking to ensure that solutions are working for the problems that we have on the continent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I hear the lunch bell ring, if I'm not wrong. So we'll bring this to a close. But just to answer your question on the security and things. Yes, thank you. We have had the continent and largely the East African region. When you look at security and policing and data collection in that context, a lot of that change came after the terrorism attacks. And so politicians resulted into solving the problem through legislation and said, let's get in security laws to mandate that everyone who's going into a building be registered and documented. And so data protection laws basically come after that incident. And so there's a duty and a burden on the state to ensure that this security data collection for the purposes of security corresponds or conforms with all the Data Protection Act demands, such that yes, we can collect data for security, but the principles have to be observed in the context of, data minimization, purpose limitation, and all those things. So there's a conversation going on, and I think our Data Protection Office is also trying to lead that conversation on how to ensure compliance within that security sector. And I think because the bell has rung, and at risk of staying any longer, we want to thank you for attending the session. We will, if you wish to scan the QR code, we'll make it available on a laptop because the seats here are blocking the bottom of the QR, so you're not able to scan it. And feel free to reach out if you are interested in the course and collaboration on data protection in civil society and non-profit practice. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
On regional AI policy landscape and what we mean when we say we're influencing MERL for AI policy making. We're going to look at the policy lifecycle overview, and then we're going to try and start what we call a shared list of indicators. Right. Why are we doing this masterclass? AI changes fast, and this makes policy making hard, right? New technologies are arriving very quickly, and our governments, our African governments, have to write rules for them, or they have to regulate it. And this in itself, because of the rapid pace at which technology evolves, especially artificial intelligence, this creates a lot of uncertainty, and policy evaluation gives us a better way to do this. So with policy evaluation, we use it as a strategic skill to make smart decisions that are evidence-informed. So why are you in this room today? Because we'd like you to speed up AI's benefits for Africa generally, but in a contextualized and localized way, for your institutions, for your government, and for the constituencies that you work in. And also, lastly and most importantly, the lawmakers cannot do this alone, because policy design or policy influence is not just left to the lawmakers. There's a process that involves almost all of us in that. What are we going to unpack in this masterclass? So we're going to look at AI policy and how the impacts and the effects of artificial intelligence widen beyond just us doing the evaluation. We're going to distinguish between what does it mean to evaluate policy versus, I think most of us are practitioners in the room, versus program evaluation, which is what we're more often than not used to. And then we're going to look and interrogate what it means to make policy on AI use versus evaluating AI policies. Right. How many of us are well versed with monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning? Okay, perfect. So, what is MERL, right? This is monitoring, and with monitoring, this is a continuous tracking of activities and progress against targets. Evaluation then becomes the periodic or systematic assessment of design, outcomes, and impact. Research, which is the R in MERL, is where we do what we call objective investigation that generates new knowledge and insights. And lastly, learning, which is when we use evidence to change behavior, decisions, and practice. Why does this matter? For accountability. We're able to demonstrate results to funders, to governments, and to our communities. It also works to help us with making better decisions, because when we have real-time evidence, we're able to steer programs before they go off track. It also helps us a lot with quality improvement, so we identify what works and we fix what does not. And this process is done continuously. It also helps us with policy influence, right? Because MEL evidence fuels advocacy and systematic change. And it also gives us, I know we're all in the nonprofit sector, it gives us a fundraising edge. So when we do monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning, it helps us make organizations more competitive for funding as well. Because evidence is what gets people interested in your work and for you to get the money that you need to do that work. Who does this process? So this process of MERL is done by MERL specialists or officers, right? By when they design systems, tools, and reports. It's also done by program or project managers. So I know we have program officers, program managers in the room, and they do this by embedding monitoring into their daily operations. It is done by data collectors or enumerators at field level. These are the people that go and actually collect the data. And then we have evaluators and researchers who do independent assessments and inquiries, right? And then donors and partners, because they want to be able for accountability and reporting as well. And on my left side, you see where MEL comes in the project cycle. So it starts from design, where you do your needs assessments. We go to planning, including learning agendas or setting TORs. Data collection, where you're also doing your routine monitoring. We have analysis, judgment, reporting, and utilization. So this is just a basic of what MERL is. We have an hour, so like I said, it's a primer, and when we have a full, bigger class, we'll do this over 2 days. Yes. How do we distinguish between what is monitoring and what is evaluation? Monitoring is routine or continuous. It is what we call an observation activity. So you're watching how things are unfolding in your project, and then also it gives us short-term signals, and it is done by the program team. Evaluation, on the other hand, is periodic or it's milestone-based, and it is a judgment activity. It assesses outcomes and impact, looking at long-term conclusions, and more often than not, it is done by independent evaluators, right? And within this sets what we call learning agendas. So a learning agenda is a set of planned questions which an organization or institution uses and commits to answer through MERL to improve its practice. So some of the key learning questions that you see is what is working, what is not working and why, how can we adapt, and how can we share this within the sector. And this is brought together in the data, right? Data quality is very important for monitoring and evaluation because your data has to be valid, meaning it measures what it claims to do. It has to be reliable, consistent across time and collectors, timely, available when decisions are needed, complete, and also precise for sufficient detail. Right. So we have, and why we put this slide is because usually we get critical and talk about AI evaluation and evaluation of AI policies. Because the technical people, and I think there are technical people in the room, they will be like, these are, and they are two different things. Evaluating the AI, the tool itself, and evaluating a system and evaluating a policy. So when we're evaluating, when we say we're doing the MERL of AI systems, we're looking at, does this deployed tool work safely, fairly, in the context in which it is deployed? That is what we evaluate. And when we evaluate policy, it's a strategy. We're looking at, did this strategy or regulation or standard achieve what it set out to do? How we evaluate, right? So for AI for MERL, you code qualitative data, you read images, it processes large data sets. But policy evaluation, there's modeling, there's simulation, and real-time monitoring of implementation. Why do we say traditionally MERL for policy is harder? This is because for program MERL, what most of us maybe are most accustomed to. When we're evaluating our programs, right, we're just looking at units. So how many participants came to Data Tamasha? Where was it held? Who are the service providers that we used? And then it's counterfactual, and you have to construct those facts. Timelines, usually we're looking at a few months to a few years, and then we'll look at success, outcomes that are achieved, the methods we compare before and after, and also the main threat to program MERL is usually weak implementation. On the other hand, on the other side of the spectrum, when it comes to policy MERL, you're looking at institutions, there are markets involved, so AI markets, their populations, and counterfactors are rarely available in most cases, and timelines can be years to a decade, right? And when we're looking at success, the success factors are around adoption, enforcement, behavior change, and how we analyze that is contributed through a process that is called available. Which other countries do we have in the room? Kenya, there's an AI strategy. Which country? Cote d'Ivoire, there's an AI strategy, right? Yes. So at continental level, this is just a visual around some of the efforts that we've done at continental level. We're not looking into whether or not they've transcended into at country level, but these are some of the acts, the strategies and conventions that we have, and frameworks that we've enacted at continental level. However, the reality is that adoption is uneven and it's accelerating. And it's at a moving target because of the rapid pace at which new tools, new abilities are coming out of AI as a whole. So a published strategy, this is important for this class, a published strategy is not the same as an implementation strategy. I think it's important for us to go back when we look at our AI strategies, is there an implementation strategy? And within that implementation strategy, is there a monitoring and evaluation framework of how that implementation is going to be done, right? And this is what this session does. So we talk about, okay, in as much as a published strategy does not translate into an implementation, AI in itself, by nature, it will touch different stages, key stages of policy making. It is especially there in shaping 3 areas, right? Deciding what issues get attention, to make those choices actually serve for AI, for those choices actually serve for AI for it to serve the people of that country. So, and this is where monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning actually earns its place because it gives the leaders the proof they need, right? We talked about evidence-based decision making. This is where we do it. It shows what's working, what is not working, and AI policies, by virtue and the way they are, they should be grounded in reality. So the goal of this all is just smarter and fairer decisions. And we lean on strong evidence to reduce pressure. So there might be political tensions that happen in all this. When we talk about, I think I was in a session yesterday and someone shared that they were in a SADC session and there was discussion around a data center. In one country, they said, if a data center, we need a shared regional data center, but if that data center is placed in one country, we are not going to be a part of it, right? So African policymakers, through this, they are able to actually build rules that are trusted, that are practical, and that are built to last. Now, what is the importance of evidence-informed approaches to AI policy making? So we track what works. So we measure how AI policies are made and how well they perform. We connect the dots. So link AI policies to other, be it stronger digital economies, and then very early. And also we're able to say, who are the people that are likely to be left behind? Because AI is coming, or AI is being introduced, and I'm using this word very carefully, where we have our already existing problems that we have in our countries. We will say connectivity, electricity, now AI is coming on top. And it doesn't mean that it's going to change the prioritization of the issues that we already have, but rather why we say we need to actually do the monitoring and evaluation is because there's harmonization. Because when we don't fix the ground issues, we're not going to be able to fix the top issues. Now, this is the policy decision-making process. This is where we design the rules. So we choose the best option, and this is where we weigh and pick and choose what are the costs, what are the benefits. This is where we weigh and pick and choose what are the costs, what are the benefits, and who is affected. This then transcends into the third level, where policy implementation. So we put this policy into action, rolling it out into our environment. And evaluation, the fourth stage, is where we check if the policy is working, whether it meets its goals, and what we can do to improve. And this cycle, it never really ends. What we learn from stage 4 feeds into stage 1, into stage 2, into stage 3, into stage 4. So it is actually a continuous process. You may be wondering, what are the components that go into an AI policy? Because when I assume that with the constituencies that we work with, or us as people that are actually policy makers that may be in the room, what should a good, or what should an AI policy actually look like? So it should start with having what we call policy pillars. So these are big themes, or what we call the foundations, right? What does the policy actually stand on? That is its core. Then priority actions, these become the first concrete steps that we're supposed to take. And they turn these all big ideas that would have to say, we want AI to do this for Zimbabwe, and then it then helps us to turn those big ideas that we have into real tasks. So we then get to understand AI policy should tell you the sectors and targets that are concerned, right? And which areas are affected. It can speak to issues like health, like education, like finance. Then it should have targets, right? And these are measurable goals. They tell you what success looks like and by when. And then it goes into the implementation plan. That's the proof. So relevant projects are real programs, so already running, and they show you policy in action, and then this implementation plan gives us something to evaluate. Now, I've been talking for long, I'm going to go into the room to just kind of get an understanding of where people think they sit within the policy cycle, or how you contribute to that within your work. Yes? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. So as I was saying, my name is Fraham Zingwan from Zimbabwe, like you. I think I sit in the cycle, I think as a media practitioner, a data journalist. I think part of my role is like informing communities of whether the outcomes of some of these policies, or informing, so that's the citizenry, and then informing sometimes leadership of what's happening within the communities. Yeah, I think that's where I sit. I also did want to ask something. So from like the presentation you did, what are like some of the, maybe case studies of AI implementation that you've seen, maybe either positive or negative, that have actually made an impact?
Hi, Vari, thank you for this. My name is Chennai. I am the director of Masakane African Languages Hub. I think for me, where I sit is communities actually building their own data sets. So we are sort of like the example of practical action building, but also the innovators that sketch the policies and implementation, because no one has come to us yet to say, well, this is how you're supposed to be getting it done. But that has allowed for us to actually innovate. Yeah, so I think for me, in thinking about sitting in the policy cycle, a critical question that a lot of people from our community are always asking is actually, how do we get in front of policymakers in order to show up as a technical partner and influence the policy decisions, because they oftentimes have standing agreements with big tech not so much with the African entities doing the work.
Thank you very much. To Farah's question around a good example of implementation that I've seen, I did my master's thesis. I analyzed the Rwanda AI policy because it does come with an implementation plan. And within that implementation plan, there's some indicators, timelines, sectors. My analysis was Afrofeminist analysis of that. So I was looking at, I was looking at participation. So that has been my experience. I read the Zimbabwean one. It does have an implementation plan. Yeah. Yes. And then I'll answer Chenai's question from the sector with this. Right. So, before policy is written, right, we find out what is already happening. And we work at different, in our roles. So the research, you might be doing research, and then while it is being designed, what does success look like? I'll use terminology from my country where we say there are pressure groups. Pressure groups, these are the people that will be like, yeah, last year you said this is going to happen, but only 20 people have been reached. These are the people that come there, tracking what is actually being delivered, right, while it is running, right? And then also partway through that policy, we're checking where you can still act, right? So midpoint review. So we've got people that review. They might be reviewing not only the policy, but we have people that review systems, or that, let's say a government has an automated or e-government, for example, and it has an AI integration within it. There might be people that review how well it works and how well it serves its purpose. These are the people that might come, these are the technical people that come with the numbers, right? And then when the results are in, so now we work out, that's the evaluation, why it turned out that way, right? And then before we say, okay, let's amend this, or let's change this policy, right? Turning those findings into the next policy. That's the learning bit of it as well. Why does this all matter, this conversation that we're having? Why does it matter? Policy evaluation helps us check if our plans or our ideas or aspirations with AI is actually delivering. It means we are able to review our goals, activities, and timeline regularly, and not just setting them once to say, because other countries, now we have an AI policy, now we can walk away. And the way this only works is when everyone stays in conversation, right? Government, industry, civil society, researchers, and this is done in a continuous, transparent coordination, right? And a key player in this part within our governments or key statistical offices, because they are the ones that actually collect the data. They have the data and it is government mandated. So it's a key area where we can actually, that we need to work with. Good evaluation keeps decisions evidence-based, that is one thing. And we measure also socio-economic effects of technology. And then sometimes through this process, we try and anticipate what impact and how impact might happen before it actually arrives. And then it also helps us to spend public money wisely. So when we evaluate well, we can direct investment towards technologies that matter the most so that we maximize benefits for that. And with evaluation, this shows us where we need to do reform. It highlights changes, and then we are able to build environments. We are all talking about made in Africa AI, African language AI. And actually, when we evaluate the policies, we're able to see what needs to go into actually establishing that. When do we evaluate? So, we evaluate during policy formulation, what we talk about as the design stage. So we build evaluation into the design from day one. We do not wait until the end to say, did this work or not? And we are making policy open and inclusive at the policy formulation stage. This means bringing all the stakeholders to the table, and we write policy clearly so that everyone understands it, right? We're able to set a clear and measurable goal. You should be able to say later exactly how much of that goal was achieved, right? So there's what I like to call a policy evaluation mantra. I'm a chakrahan. So policy evaluation mantra, which is if you can't measure it later, redesign it now, right? So before the policy starts, we have to have the before picture, right? And we plan our data early, we decide what to collect, and then we're also then able to go to evaluate during implementation, right? So once the policy is running, what is it that we need? What are the real effects that are on the ground, right? And then we compare those effects so that we can see where we're missing the mark. And within this, we say we should be able to compare what happened versus what we promised, right? Policy review, that is the updating stage. Why we do it? Because things are always changing, environments are always changing, and governments, by their nature, they need to keep adjusting their AI plans, rules, and systems over time. In this class, we hope that at the end we're able to develop what we call an AI policy evaluation criteria. So many of these criteria that I'm going to show and talk about, you may be very familiar with from policy or regulatory evaluation. This masterclass that we're in today actually adds how to apply and adapt them, right, to AI policies, right? So we're trying to build on the framing that you already know around policy making. We're just then adding the monitoring and evaluation of AI to it all. So the first tenet that we look at with this is effectiveness. Did it work, right? Effectiveness asks us one thing, which is, did the policy actually help us reach the main goal? Or then we then say, can we then change it, and how far do we move the needle with it? We look at efficiency. Was it worth it, right? So it's to say, what are the results that are against what it cost us? How many of us know what the budget or how much the consultants that drafted our AI policies were paid? How many of us know? I can tell you that it is not less than 50,000 euros that was paid to. That 50,000 euros might be the least in some of the countries, going up. So it is important to then use that to actually evaluate, did it work, right? So effectiveness will tell us whether we hit the target, and efficiency tells us if we use the right amount of resources to get there. And a strong AI policy needs both, so hitting the goal and being worth the cost. There are considerations that have to guide all of us as we develop evaluation criteria, because AI, like with other things as a technology, it actually impacts different people at different stages, right? Human-centered design, we always hear this all the time. Start with people, not the technology, right? Involve communities in the design and testing. So because these are the things that are more closely to us, because we work with the communities, these will inform the language that goes when we actually sit down and design these policies. A key important aspect, innovation versus regulation, right? Innovation moves fast. And we see that, I think we conducted a research, and there were many complaints that regulation is not matching innovation, right? And it's not encouraging localized or African-led innovation, right? Language and inclusion. We've been talking about this. We need the internet needs to be African, needs to sound like us. These are the things that we talk about. So when we get these cross-cutting considerations, we actually ask, can everyone we serve in this room actually use this policy or use the systems that are being meant to be regulated by this policy. And then there's a key thing, which is intersectionality and vulnerability, which translates gendered impacts of AI, right? So, because AI reflects the data that it learns from, sometimes it can repeat these biases. So, when we do evaluation of a policy, there is need, a gender lens is non-negotiable, especially for AI policy making. Because already when we start with the issues that we have, connectivity, digital divide, it then follows, it is almost obvious, we don't need to actually even tell anyone that the gender lens is non-negotiable. So with this policy or the policies that you're interacting with, it's important to think about, does this widen or close the gap between, across genders? This policy framework, what we're calling Mail for AI, all this that we're talking about, it is a shared tool, right? When should it be used? It should be used to create what we call a shared or agreed upon list of issues that we care about without using technical terms. And then all this feeds into impact assessments. So we reach agreement on how serious these risks that we keep talking about, how serious are they, and we get ahead of it. This is when also issues of ethics come into play, and these are the rules that would then guide how that AI is being used. And then we take stock of what rules and standards already exist, and we're able to spot the gaps. So, what are some of the evaluation questions that we would ask? These are questions that we ask to judge whether an AI policy is working, right? Think of them as a checklist. What is the policy trying to achieve? Is the policy actually moving us toward that goal? Can we prove the policy caused change or did something else? What are some of the outside factors? Are the systems or institutions running the policy strong enough, which is very important? Is the policy creating costs for others, right? Because it is possible that an AI policy might become expensive for citizens, for businesses, and how can we make it work better? And lastly, if the money gets tight, what are our backup options, if at all? So this is a criteria. You are free to take a picture. This is a criteria that you can use to judge relevance of your evaluation criteria for AI policy. So relevance, does it actually address the locally validated problem? Effectiveness, efficiency, equity, sustainability, coherence, right? With this criteria, you use what fits your policy question, because I know we work at different stages within the policy cycle, and we do have different questions that we need to answer or that we want to answer. So you take out of these 6, you take what works to the question that you're trying to answer, because not every criteria works for every framework that we might have. So we're going to do a group exercise, but we do that, I would like to know if anyone has got questions. Thoughts? Are there thoughts? Not yet. Okay. Which is good, right? I hope. So, we want to talk about what we call dimensions of impact, right? Simply put, where we're talking about people, right? Because when we work with AI policies, it is centered in people. People as individual users of AI tools at individual level. People as societies whose economy, politics, and daily life is shaped by AI. People as Africans with specific geopolitical and environmental settings. People whose data trains the models in the first place. People who need trusted standards to judge whether AI systems or policies are any good, right? So, impact is one thing, right? And a policy can help one group and harm another. So we need to look at all the levels, at angles, and then we develop indicators within that, and these indicators are the signs that we use to measure progress. So we have one big picture that we use, And then we have specific indicators that go underneath. So it can be, for example, AI infrastructure and access, right? Tells governments if AI is reaching more people, and how do we measure this? It can be measured per person. We use things like measuring figures per person, how many people use something like e-government and services, right? That can be indicators that we use to measure AI infrastructure and access. We might want to measure access to and use of AI by households. So this is what we use to show whether ordinary people can actually get and use the AI. What are some examples of how we can measure that? We can look at the share gains and who bears the displacement costs. The gains and who bears the displacement costs. Nanjala shared yesterday something that stuck with me. If you had to collect water every time you ask ChatGPT to write an email for you, what would your reaction be? If you had to go and fetch water 20 kilometers because your river is dried up, what would your reaction be? So we have to measure who captures that, who captures gains and who bears the displacement cost. Social, whether AI narrows or widens access to services, information and opportunity. Political and governance, how AI reshapes power and accountability. Another dimension of impact is around rights, environment, and culture. So rights and data, privacy, consent, control over one's own information. We have environmental, so the energy and resource footprint of building and running AI. And we have culture and epistemic. I know a lot of us are working around localizing AI, and also some of us do see the harms within the large LLMs around epistemic justice. So whose knowledge and language the AI actually reflects and erases. I don't know if the language of code and how far we are to get to that, but maybe Dr. Ernest would know how far we are as a continent until we get to actually having the language of code to be Pan-African. How long? he also doesn't know, right? So our group exercise that we're going to do, and this is going to round us off, we're going to look at, we talked about the different dimensions of impact, and within that, if we have our smartphones, let's get them ready to come out. We're going to name one measurable indicator. So, crash course into how you design, how you write an indicator. So sometimes you may say, data subject, what do I want to measure? Or what point of data do I want to collect from this? And then we can say, for example, percentage of training data sourced locally as an indicator. And then we're going to do the same around users, society, geopolitical actors, and evaluators. But we're not going to be technical about it. We try to make this as simple, because we say this is a primer course. So we try to make it as simple as possible. And then what we're going to do is then we're going to come back and share back in the room. So if you scan that QR code, it should take you to our first group question. So how we're going to do it is, instead of us moving into groups, just find a person that is close to you, and then you can discuss. Or you can work, some people are giving me eyes. You want to work individually. Yes. So also we can just work individually, and then we can do a plenary in the room. So when you finish the first question, you can signal, and then I can go to the next one. Signal, I go to the next one. So it will be good to discuss. Even when you feel you're unsure about some of the indicators or how you frame them, you can ask your peer or just say, what do you think about this? I hope the internet is working for everyone. Is it? I'm seeing the answers are coming in. An indicator. It's your Okay, are we ready for me to go to the next question? Or, okay. So the next one indicator that we're going to try right is a measurable indicator that AI policy serves its users well politically. So when we're saying, I am politically satisfied from a political standpoint, what are you going to measure? Because we know the politics of where we're situated. And when we introduce an AI policy, what am I going to measure? That is something that goes into that as well. Yes, I see. And if anyone has got questions around how they would craft it, please feel free. I can come to you and also clarify some things if needed. And then as we also have what makes a good indicator to measure energy and resource footprint of building and running AI. How would you measure? What would you measure for us to know if AI is actually impacting energy, if at all, and what that resource footprint would be for running AI? What are we measuring? Are we measuring are we monitoring our budget, for example, our national budgets, to see how much are we spending on energy infrastructure? What is it that we're looking at, that indicator? And our last question that we have is, for cultural and epistemic dimensions of impact, right? We would measure blank per blank. So we're trying with this exercise to try and help you see how then you would go and say, well, for this, we're trying to measure this per this, because that is then what would go into your monitoring, evaluation, research and learning, evaluation criteria. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating in that exercise. We can continue filling it in. I will be able, if you share your email with me, I'll be able to share because we're all contributing to one document, so what we all put to say we would measure. Quickly, before we wrap up, I would like to talk about challenges. So, evaluation by nature, or how it is hard for real reasons, right? Countries are rushing to regulate AI, And sometimes, and what is impacting us a lot, especially in Africa, is our ministries are not coordinated, right? So you might be working with one ministry and they are so AI forward and cooperative, but for them to get the gender data, process was carried out. Usually we just see, we are announcing our AI policy, right? No, we don't really know how or what got to there. How many of us participated in contributing to their in-country AI policy formulation process? Exactly, right? And there are few agreed measures of success. We are very AI deterministic, but it seems we don't have shared measures to say this is what success looks like, right? So it's hard to then set the benchmark of our starting point. And then people usually, we might have clashes between public and private players, and also key stakeholders usually don't take part in the evaluation of the policy once it's enacted or formulated. Very few. So what questions are you supposed to ask as a stakeholder? Because the biggest barrier that we have, and I could be wrong, but my assumption is that the biggest barrier that we have when it comes to AI policy making in Africa is coordination. I think that is the biggest gap, right? And either we're missing data, and also in some cases, weak buy-in, right? So what questions might you ask? What we're trying to teach is that you keep it simple. So what do you ask? Does this AI policy have monitoring and evaluation built into it? Who is responsible for that, doing that monitoring? Because that is your point of asking for accountability. And you can also help co-monitor, right? You can help that person to be like, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Agriculture are collecting this data. Don't worry, even us, we're also doing research, and this is the data that we're collecting and how we're collecting it. So we'd also like your data to also show that it's correlating with the data that we have, right? Citizen-led data generation, right? And how often must they report on the progress of that? So if the policy that you have currently in your countries cannot answer that, that is a big red flag, right? And what are some of the best practices that would support MEL for AI? So 3 habits make evaluation work. So time the review well. When are we reviewing this policy, right? Plan when you will do it, and we don't leave it to chance, right? You should be clear from the start, spell out the goals and how we measure success, and this makes judging results feel far much easier. Bring everyone in. I think we keep complaining that AI is elitist, right? But I always say, if you can't explain it from the ground up, how they are impacted, right? We need to go back and work on the language in which we use within our constituencies for AI. My parents are senior citizens, so I have to tell them when they're watching Mrs. Apple, Mrs. Banana, those AI videos, I have to tell them how they are made, but in the simplest way possible, so that they are also not left behind, right? A multi-stakeholder process smooths over conflicts, and we are actually able to get more people committed, right? And you should be able to map where your country sits in terms of your AI policies. Has it been enacted? Is it in the process of being enacted, right? And then are they just starting to write the policy? So it means if they're just starting, you build the monitoring and evaluation plan from the day one. Is the policy almost finished? It means now you are reviewing what are the steps that we're going to take to monitor so that we keep improving them. Maybe they've got a monitoring and evaluation framework already in place, right? We run reviews regularly to keep measuring our indicators. So our bottom line and the key message is never too late, right? It's never too early or too late. But the sooner that we incorporate monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning into this, if we bake it in early, the better. This is where I end talking, and I would love to hear reflections, thoughts, feedback from anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Swedi Yunus. I have an investment facilitation company here in Zanzibar. Very good presentation. I've benefited a lot. This issue of coordination within the governments or the ministries, I think is a major problem. And now we've got AI, we've got experts. Do you think there's a solution to this? Because this stems from many things. Corruption, bureaucracy, it's not just solving one thing. It's a vast issue. It's a system in itself. So how do we solve it, maybe? In short, you could tell me.
Thank you for that. Another question or reflection before I answer that?
I was just curious. Maybe you can share because you're working in this field. You know, in sustainability, there's something that company, they get recognized, for, the carbon credit. So I was just wondering, learning yesterday about the effect of AI on environment, and we still need it. We still have many prompts to do. Yes. So maybe, is there something like that? Maybe I am thinking something like that maybe can help maybe organization, countries to actually be sustainable and be recognized as they use AI, and also they are aware of the impact it does to the environment. I don't know if there's such a discussion somewhere.
So people that are working in just transitions and energy are trying to build that conversation from the ground up. Then I'll answer his question. So the conversation is starting around how much do we care as Africa around how much we contribute to the hardware of AI itself, because our resources, AI is built on it's our resources that are coming from here, they're just being processed out there. So the conversation is to start from the resources. If resources are being used, they have to build benefit for us. And then also around this tech determinism that is being pushed by big tech, because we all don't need large LLMs, large language models, right? We talk about sovereign AI, sovereign models. Those are small. They're small language models that would work. So I think that I think when we start from a policy evaluation perspective, we need to start looking at the cost. Let's say, how much has our energy cost, or how much has the energy, I think the energy ministry, I feel, might be our starting point for us to actually look at what that spend there is, right? And then to then measure that against our use of AI. So it's two things. We need to see what is the AI literacy skill rate, right? The numbers, the data for that, against what our energy use is. Because maybe we're not using AI that much in some countries, right? Maybe we're not using AI that much because we already have got our electricity issues that are there. So maybe that it's not affecting us. But then it could also be affecting us at government level in terms of the infrastructure that has AI that our governments actually built. To come to the question of coordination and how we can solve that, I think that there's to be intentionality, right? And I know it's very vague to say intentionality, because where do we start? And can we ever be able to cure that? I think that our governments are looking at issues to do with AI skills, right? But it's in the data. The data is what is going to transform what our governments are going to do, as well as the willingness to develop localized models, so that whatever AI intervention we're trying to roll out or do within our systems is developed locally. I hear the bell, which means my time is up. I would love to continue this conversation with all of you at different stages in different roles. So there's my email if you'd like to know more. If you work with policymakers, and you have a group of policymakers that you work with, we are able to come and roll out this training as well to you. So contact us. On that note, thank you very much, everyone.